Chapter 43:58. With a rumbling sound, Ling Xiao escaped from the Yin Thunder Purgatory. The terrifying impact sent Lu Mingho flying. But this was nothing after all. The moment Lu Mingho flew out, his eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion. Then, the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand flew out. When the Ice Phoenix sword flew out of his hand, it was as if the Ice Phoenix had been reborn, blooming with an extremely resplendent light. It released a large amount of gloomy and austere cold air. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao was exhausted to completely defeat Ling Xiao. When Lu Mingho stabilized his body, he stepped on the ground and pounced over. As he rushed over, he took out a rope. This rope was like a python, but it was a little thin. He silently chanted an incantation, and the rope tore through the air. Its speed was actually a bit faster than the Ice Phoenix sword. It was as if a slender python was flying towards the sky. This rope was another treasure on Lu Mingho's body. It was called Python Rope. The name didn't sound like much, but this thing was incomparably powerful. Once it touched the opponent's body, it could instantly wrap around them. Then, under the control of the owner, it could be loosened or tightened. If the opponent tried to break free, it would only make the python rope even tighter. It would even strangle the person's internal organs out. It was quite terrifying. This thing used to be used to interrogate prisoners. If the prisoners didn't obey or didn't answer questions honestly, then they would suffer. It was enough to make you wish you were dead. This was also a divine, heavenly king artifact level treasure. Although it was of a low level, it didn't hinder its miraculous effects. Firstly, it couldn't be used for defense, and secondly, it couldn't be used to directly kill the enemy. However, it was an incredible treasure that could often catch the enemy off guard in battle. Of course, no matter what treasure it was, it had to be unexpected. Otherwise, no matter how good it was, once it was blocked, it would be meaningless. Lu Mingho's combat experience was indeed more than Black Fong's, and his combat skills were also stronger. He didn't directly use the python rope, but instead flew out the Ice Phoenix sword as a cover. When Ling Xiao's attention was focused on the Ice Phoenix sword's attack, he could seize the opportunity to use the python rope to control Ling Xiao. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to make Ling Xiao kneel and surrender. Lu Mingho was certain that Ling Xiao would not be able to block his attack. After breaking through the Yin Thunder Purgatory, how much true essence did Ling Xiao have left? Wasn't he still at his mercy? Lu Mingho was not the only one who thought so. Many of the martial artists in the audience also thought so. From the looks of it, Lu Mingho is definitely going to win. That's right. Lu Mingho is indeed worthy of being ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Even though that Ling Xiao once defeated Black Fong, he's still not strong enough to deal with him. That's right. Not only is Lu Mingho's cultivation higher than his, the two treasures in his hands are also very miraculous. Ling Xiao doesn't have any treasures, so he's naturally no match for them. Everyone was talking. Suddenly, the situation on the field changed. That's not right. Ling Xiao still has true essence, and I don't see any signs of exhaustion at all? What the hell? Just how abundant is the true essence in his body? No one expected that Ling Xiao would not be dispirited at all after breaking through the Yin Thunder Purgatory. It was truly shocking. While everyone was still in shock, the slaughter sword in Ling Xiao's right hand suddenly released a terrifying sword intent. 5 ferocious beast gods roared as they charged forward. They easily sent the Ice Phoenix sword flying. At the same time, they blasted toward Lu Mingho. His left hand directly displayed the Great Palm Seal. He pressed the python rope to the ground and wiped away the soul imprint inside. Boom! The terrifying power of the 5th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique crashed into the groggy Lu Mingho. Because of the Yin Thunder Purgatory, Lu Mingho had consumed a lot of true essence. This time, because the soul imprint on the python rope was wiped away, he became groggy. Unable to block such a powerful attack, he was sent flying out of the arena. He spat out mouthfuls of blood miserably and could not stand up at all. How did this happen? Lu Mingho did not understand why he had lost it all. Logically speaking, everything was under his control. Unfortunately, he did not understand that Ling Xiao was a monster. The total amount of true essence and potential in his body had already reached the total amount of a divine physique echelon cultivator. Purely in terms of quantity, he was not afraid of anyone. After winning this battle, the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation sea increased again, reaching about 50%. It seemed that fighting with an expert was indeed a fast way to increase one's strength. I don't mind taking these two treasures. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and wiped away the soul imprint on the Ice Phoenix sword. Normally, he would not take away his opponent's items. After fighting 200 battles, he only took Black Fong's slaughter sword and Lu Mingho's two treasures. It was not because of anything else, but because these two fellows had impure motives to begin with. Since he could not kill them, he should at least collect some interest. Ling Xiao, do you really want to offend the Divine Sword Saint City? Lu Mingho gritted his teeth and roared. I already have children in the Sin Saint City, so why can't I offend the Divine Sword Saint City? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Sooner or later, the 3,000 holy cities would be under his feet. What did he have to fear? Good. Very good. Just you wait. Lu Mingho was helped away by someone, and he was furious. Brother Ling, you're really impressive. You defeated two Holy Sun. Although they were ranked at the bottom, it's still very impressive. Kill the Wolf laughed loudly when he saw Ling Xiao walk down. Among the 10 Holy Sun, the top 6 are the key. I think I can still defeat the other 4. Ling Xiao knew very well that this was not something to be proud of. After defeating Lu Mingho, he rested for a while. He wanted to learn from the battle with Lu Mingho. Half an hour later, the battle continued. Gao Shun had been waiting there. But the problem was that Ling Xiao did not encounter Gao Shun in more than 10 battles. He did not know what principle this random pairing was based on. But if he did not encounter him, then so be it. To be honest, it was not easy for Ling Xiao to defeat Gao Shun with his current strength, unless he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. It was not a good thing to expose the Sky Tyrant martial spirit on such an occasion, so he was very glad about this result. Gao Shun was a little depressed. He had seen Ling Xiao defeat Lu Mingho. He still wanted to fight for the reputation of the 10 Holy Sons. Who knew that he would not encounter him? There were a lot of battles today, and he had accumulated more battle merits. So Ling Xiao decided to go to the exchange area. If there were suitable martial arts skills, he could learn them. Of course, if there were treasures, it would be good to have more skills. Seeing the treasures on Black Demon Fong and Lu Mingho's bodies, he also had this thought. Kill the Wolf escorted Ling Xiao all the way to the exchange area. Although Ling Xiao said that he did not need to escort him, he was still worried. Chapter 43:59. Kill the Wolf wanted to escort Ling Xiao to the exchange area. According to him, Ling Xiao had offended the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Swords. There would definitely be many people who wanted to take Ling Xiao's life. The exchange area was different from the battle zone. In the battle zone, there was no way to fight in private. Although the exchange area also stipulated that private fights were not allowed. As long as they were not discovered, there was no problem. The number of warriors who were killed here was not just 1 or 2. Not all cases would be investigated. If an ordinary warrior died, then so be it. Almost no one would care about it, unless you had a deep background. In that case, the sacred city of discipline would definitely strictly investigate if you died. This is the exchange area. Because it's a tower-shaped building, it's also called the exchange tower. Not long after, the two had arrived at the exchange area. Kill the Wolf pointed to a towering tower in front of them and said. Ling Xiao looked up. The exchange tower was so tall that he could not see the end of it. It was so tall that it reached the clouds. He did not know how many things were stored in it. It was so tall. The tower was very simple. Just by standing outside, one could feel a strange aura coming from it. It was tempting people to go in and investigate. Well, now that we're here, no one should dare to make a move. I'm going to the battle zone. I've only been watching you fight these few days. I haven't fought much. It's good to have some fun. Kill the Wolf smiled and turned to leave. After sending off Kill the Wolf, Ling Xiao stepped into the first floor of the exchange tower. The first floor was huge. There were no martial skills or treasures stored. It was more like an office hall. It was just that the place was very big. It probably covered more than 10,000 acres. Due to Ling Xiao's recent rise in fame in the war zone, he attracted a lot of attention when he arrived here. However, He had long been used to the feeling of being noticed and did not care. "Young master, there's news over there." Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Jiang Nan rushing over. Ling Xiao led her to a secluded place. "Jiang Nan, are you talking about the complaint?" In his opinion, Jiang Nan should have come here personally to find him for this matter. There was no need to mobilize so many people for other things. "That's right. It's about the complaint." Jiang Nan nodded. Although the commandment Sacred City hasn't made a clear statement yet. However, I heard from some of my friends that Scarlet Sun Sacred City is preparing to make a move on you. "Attack me?" Ling Xiao was stunned. "No way. Just because of the lawsuit against Qi Xiao? It's precisely because of this that even though Crimson Sun Holy City is the leader of the 10 great holy cities, there's a sense of pettiness and vengeance in their bones. You actually dared to sue Qi Xiao, which is equivalent to declaring war on Scarlet Sun Holy City. They won't let you off." Jiang Nan sighed. "Looks like the commandment Sacred City has leaked the information about me. It's just as we expected." "Humph," Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't have much hope for the commandment Sacred City in the first place, but this way of handling things still made him very unhappy. The high and mighty image of the commandment Sacred City fell a lot in his heart. "Jiang Nan, you don't have to worry about me. Go back and tell Qihua and Qinglian that they must protect Fighting Soul Sacred City. I'm very safe here." Ling Xiao really had nothing to fear. Unless the commandment Sacred City's law master personally came out, who else could be his opponent? Don't forget that his troll demon king was a great killing machine. "Got it." Jiang Nan nodded and left. Ling Xiao also went to the registration office. The person in charge of the registration office was actually a law disciple of the commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao also noticed that there were a few very powerful auras in the exchange tower. Commandment Knights? He didn't expect the commandment Sacred City to place so much importance on this place, sending at least 13 commandment knights to stay here. In addition to this, there was also a very terrifying aura. Although it was vague, Ling Xiao still felt it. That should be the tower master of the exchange tower. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It was said that the tower master was an expert on the same level as the law master. Perhaps this was the reason why no one dared to cause trouble here. "You're Ling Xiao?" The Ling Xiao who won 213 consecutive battles in the battle zone. Seeing Ling Xiao's name, the law disciple in charge of the registration asked in surprise. Obviously, Ling Xiao had become a celebrity here. He had won 213 matches in a row, and all of his opponents had a much higher cultivation base than him. Even the Valkyrie Yang Shuyi couldn't achieve such a record. No wonder he was so excited. "You flatter me. How do I exchange for martial arts techniques here?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's very simple. With the war merit points you've obtained, it shouldn't be a problem to exchange for a 9th level Emperor martial art. Of course, you can also exchange for a divine, heavenly king artifact weapon. So you can go to the 9th floor. There will be what you want there. I'm your fan, so I can tell you a secret. The exchange tower has been established for tens of thousands of years. Many senior martial artists have cultivated and exchanged for martial arts techniques here. They might have left some good stuff in there. It all depends on whether you have the luck and the opportunity." The law disciple smiled. "Thank you." Ling Xiao generally had a good attitude towards these people who were on good terms with him. There's one more thing you have to remember. Treasures and weapons exchanged with war merit points can be taken away, but martial arts techniques can't be taken out. You can only memorize and comprehend them here. As for how long you have to spend, there's no limit. It doesn't matter if you don't go out for the rest of your life. Remember, with your war merit points, you can only choose one martial arts technique. If you want to memorize and look at other things, it's against the rules. You'll be permanently expelled from the exchange tower and can never enter again. This law disciple was indeed Ling Xiao's fan. He explained the matter in detail because he didn't want Ling Xiao to violate the rules. "Thank you for your guidance." Ling Xiao smiled and walked upstairs. There was no need for anything like a waste tag here. Once you registered, your data would be entered into the system. No matter how long you stayed inside and what you did, you wouldn't be able to escape the Dharma Eyes here. The Dharma Eyes were a monitoring system. It could monitor every corner of the exchange tower. It was a very powerful and convenient thing. This was also the reason why the law disciple didn't let Ling Xiao violate the rules. It was because he couldn't escape the surveillance. From the first floor to the 9th floor, he could directly go through the elevator. He just had to choose the floor. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the other floors, so he went through the elevator and came directly to the entrance of the 9th floor. This floor was at least 100 meters high. The 9th floor also reached a height of 900 meters. No wonder when looking up from below, it felt like it was towering into the clouds. The 9th floor was also very big. Although it wasn't as big as the first floor, it was still so big that it made people doubt their life. Chapter 4360. There were also apprentices working on the 9th floor. What they had to do was just some chores. As for the supervision, with the existence of the Dharma Eye, they didn't have to worry about it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The commandment sacred city had almost become the rule-maker of the 3,000 sacred cities. It seemed that the 3,000 sacred cities had to revolve around them. As expected of an organization directly under the Golden City, it was indeed different. But even so, Ling Xiao didn't take the commandment sacred city seriously. After all, it was only the boss of the 3,000 sacred cities. In the Golden City, it was nothing at all. Ling Xiao's goal was to become the strongest in the Golden City. He even wanted to control the entire Golden Sky region in his hands. But this goal needed to be achieved slowly. For now, he could only take one step at a time and walk steadily. The moment the door of the 9th floor opened, Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura coming toward him. This aura almost made him lose his footing. He had to activate the Tyrant Martial Soul's aura to resist. As expected of the storage place of Emperor Rank 9 martial skills and Divine Heavenly Emperor artifacts, it was really extraordinary. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the 9th floor, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Somewhere, in a room responsible for controlling the Dharma Eye, several commandment knights couldn't help but laugh. I just gave this kid a show of strength. I didn't expect him to withstand it. I heard that he has won more than 200 battles in a row in the battle zone. He's amazing. That's nothing. He has only joined the 3,000 sacred cities for 3 to 4 months, and now he has become the manager of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Not only that, according to reliable sources, he is now the great sacred lord of the Fighting Soul Alliance. He has a total of 11 sacred cities under him. Is this kid planning to rebel? Hee, don't joke around. Even if the 3,000 sacred cities join forces, they can't be a match for the commandment sacred city. Not to mention there are only 11 of them. But I don't know what his relationship with Zhao Fengyun is. Zhao Fengyun actually gave up her position in the Golden City to help him in the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. If he's not strong enough, he can't even step into the Golden City. Even the Golden Emperor can't support him. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Greetings, Tower Master. Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground. The Pagoda Lord was in existence on the same level as the Lord of Law. Furthermore, they were also subordinate to the Sacred Commandment City. The disciplinary knight naturally didn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside, nor did he care. At this moment, he had already entered the 9th level, the vast and boundless sea of books. There were countless items that recorded classic martial arts and cultivation methods. It was simply a dazzling lineup that could dazzle one's eyes. What a powerful formation! Yuan venerates were awakened by the array formation here. Yes, the array formation here is indeed very strong, but Master should be able to break it, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, I'm not an incompetent person, Yuan venerate said proudly. He was not bragging. He was in existence from the immortal Lyceum continent, the strongest alchemist and formation master in the entire mystic world. He was invincible. Master, this place is so big. I'm afraid it'll take years, or even decades, or even centuries to choose a cultivation method. Where would I have the time to cultivate? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. That's why it all depends on your luck. Everything in this world has the opportunity to make a choice. If you choose it, wouldn't it also choose you? Yuan venerate smiled. Let's walk around casually first. That little disciple's words were very interesting. According to what he said, The ninth level might have unexpected benefits. Great minds think alike. Ling Xiao smiled and started walking around the ninth level. His speed was very fast. He didn't look at any cultivation methods or treasures. This was because he believed that as long as he encountered something suitable, he would definitely be able to sense it. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly stopped. The Tyrant martial soul didn't react. However, the Yushin beast soul had a strong reaction. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. The Yushin beast soul was only a remnant soul now. Ling Xiao had only obtained the complete beast soul of the Yushin beast soul and the Yushin beast soul. Now, he actually felt the energy fluctuations of the Yushin beast soul. Did this mean that there was something related to the Yushin beast soul here? Regardless of whether it was a remnant soul or a martial technique mystic ability, they were all extremely attractive things. Your luck is really good, kid. It seems like some things have come to you. You can't hide from them. Yuan Venerate chuckled. Don't worry. Go ahead and get what you want. I have a way to deal with those Dharma eyes for you. Avoid them? But once you do, they will probably discover it. It won't be good if the disciplinary knights are lured over. Ling Xiao frowned. Idiot, do you think I don't know? Don't worry, I won't use such a stupid method. Yuan Venerate chuckled. All right, I'll leave everything to you, master. I'll go get it. Ling Xiao understood Yuan Venerate's abilities very well, so he wasn't worried. Instead, he walked in the direction of the Yushan beast soul. Currently, he hadn't even fully grasped the bloodline power of the Yushin beast soul. He had only grasped 1% of it. The Yushin beast soul had yet to fuse. However, this didn't mean that he was eager to obtain the power of the rest of the beast souls. Even if he didn't use it himself, he definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, very terrifying opponents would definitely appear. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of such opponents because of the uniqueness of the Tyrant Sky martial soul. However, once they appeared, it would be very troublesome. The smart thing to do would be to take all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods for himself. Quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. Perhaps there would be strange changes when all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods were gathered. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. However, because he had been like this before, he didn't attract the attention of others. If he suddenly slowed down, he would attract attention. After all, there were still dozens of martialists searching for secret manuals on the 9th level. In addition, there were hundreds of disciples working there. Some things couldn't be done too obviously. Otherwise, it would easily attract trouble. Even though he was very anxious deep down, come to think of it, this thing had been in the exchange tower for who knew how many years. It had only appeared when he had appeared here. This was the so-called opportunity. He actually didn't need to worry. Finally, he arrived at the place where the Yushan beast soul's reaction was the strongest. There was a book here. It looked very ordinary and didn't have any special features. It was a beginner level 9 Emperor class martial technique. Most people who could reach the 9th level were extreme core realm martialists. They simply didn't care about beginner level 9 Emperor class martial techniques. Therefore, although this book was clean, it was only because the disciples often cleaned it. No one had really flipped through it. Chapter 4361. Master, are you ready? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. The Yuan Venerate nodded. Although they could see Ling Xiao's presence in the monitoring room, the Dharma Eye only recorded what the Yuan Venerate wanted the disciplinary knights to see. Ling Xiao quickly flipped open the book and discovered a bookmark in it. The picture drawn on the bookmark was the golden rooster announcing dawn. The unbounded divine beast soul was a beast soul that could control time. In Ling Xiao's opinion, it was even more mysterious than the unbounded divine beast soul. It would be great if he could obtain it. Filled with excitement, he instantly stored the bookmark in the Mountain River realm. The reason he hadn't placed it in the Dongshang Emperor Ring was because he was afraid of being discovered. After all, the Tower Master here wasn't weak. After obtaining the bookmark, Ling Xiao put down the book and continued to pretend to search for something on the 9th level. The Yuan Venerate also went back to rest. Everything returned to normal. It seemed like Ling Xiao wasn't excited at all. However, deep down, he was already boiling with excitement. He was so happy that he wanted to sing a song. It seemed like he was continuing to search for martial techniques. In fact, his attention was focused on the bookmark. This was very likely related to the unbounded divine beast soul. He believed that if he could obtain the real unbounded divine beast soul, the benefits he would obtain wouldn't be something that 1 or 2 martial technique manuals could replace. Master, there seems to be a powerful array formation on this bookmark that I can't decipher. I will have to trouble you to help. Ling Xiao communicated with the Yuan Venerate via spiritual voice transmission. Don't worry, I can naturally help you. Fortunately, this array formation exists. Otherwise, the secret of this bookmark would have been discovered by others. I don't know who put this thing here. The Yuan Venerate was also very surprised. After all, he was from the Immortal Court continent. He didn't know much about what had happened in the Black Tortoise continent. However, he was certain that after the mystic world was divided into 13 continents, the Black Tortoise continent had its own history. The 12 beast gods were the pinnacle existences in this history. There were many legends about the 12 beast gods. However, one thing was certain. They were all dead. However, no one knew how he died. Perhaps this was the secret that Ling Xiao wanted to uncover. No matter who put it here, there must be a purpose. But with my current status, it's naturally impossible for me to know. After all, the entire 4 regions added together was only the size of a small oasis in the eternal desert. The secrets of the Black Tortoise continent are more than we imagined. Let's slowly figure out these things later. Ling Xiao was quite open-minded. In any case, as long as a martial artist cultivation continued to increase, their lifespan would also continue to increase. In this way, it was very possible to uncover unknown secrets. All right. Yuan Venerates had also accepted this situation. He began to concentrate on cracking the array on the bookmark. This array was very small, but it was very complicated and precise. In addition, no one had destroyed it, so it was very well preserved. If he really wanted to destroy it, it would not be easy. While the Yuan Venerate was cracking the array formation, Ling Xiao was still strolling aimlessly on the 9th level. With this item, he wasn't interested in anything else. He was prepared to simply find a sword. He had the 10 sword talisman on him. If he could gather 10 divine tier Heavenly King artifact weapons, he would be able to do it. The power of the 10 sword talisman could reach the power of a level 10 Emperor grade martial technique. It would definitely become one of his bargaining chips. Of course, this was just a temporary thought. After the array formation was cracked, what could he obtain? Based on the surveillance footage, Ling Xiao's behavior was very normal. After all, most people would be dazzled after entering this place and frantically search for the martial techniques they wanted. However, most people would end up disappointed in the end. This kid doesn't seem special. He's still running around like a headless fly. In fact, any of the martial skills on the 9th floor could be chosen as a peak 9th order Emperor level martial skill. If he's greedy, he'll only be wasting his time. In the monitoring room, the Tower Master was somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao. However, if he knew that Ling Xiao had obtained something that everyone in the Black Tortoise continent dreamed of on the 9th level, she wondered how he would feel about this. The array formation has been cracked. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt an ancient and desolate feeling rising in his mountain river realm. In the tyrannical universe, the constellation that represented Yushan became more real. This pressure was exactly the same as when he had first come into contact with the Sun Divine Beast Soul. To be honest, if it weren't for the tyrannical martial soul, Ling Xiao would have fainted from this terrifying aura. At that time, he might have been discovered. Sure enough, the tyrannical martial soul was the most powerful. It was indeed the evolved form of the mountain river martial soul used by the human monarch. The bookmark disappeared. A golden rooster appeared. This should still be one of the remnant souls of Yushan. It wasn't complete. Ling Xiao was really surprised. The 12 beast gods were so powerful that someone could actually split their souls into pieces. How strong was that person? There was a fragmented memory in this remnant soul. It was the scene of Yushan fighting with the enemy. Yushan's strength was unparalleled. Countless enemies couldn't do anything to him. But in the end, a sword light appeared. Yushan's memory was interrupted. Ling Xiao guessed that the sword light was the existence that had completely destroyed Yushun, but he didn't know who it was. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a tremor that he had never felt before. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough that he didn't faint. However, his forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Fuse. Since it wasn't easy to obtain Yushun's remnant soul, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste it. He chose to fuse directly. With the Sun Divine Beast Soul, it was naturally easier to fuse with Yushun's Beast Soul. After all, Yushun was the leader of the 12 Beast Gods. As a result of the fusion, Ling Xiao's cultivation base easily broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm. His soul continued to grow stronger. On top of that, Yushun's godly position, regardless of whether it was his divine arts or skills, they had all become stronger. Yuan Venerate, I find it strange. Logically speaking, since the remnant souls of the 12 beast gods exist, their physical bodies shouldn't have decayed. Even if they are dead, their physical bodies should still exist. But why haven't I seen any of the physical bodies of the 12 beast gods until now? In fact, Ling Xiao had such a question for a long time. Souls could strengthen his soul. If he could obtain the physical bodies of the 12 beast gods, it would definitely strengthen his physical body. Since you have obtained Yushun's remnant soul here, why don't you go to the material exchange area on the other side to have a look? Are there any remains of the 12 beast gods? Chapter 4362. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said, since someone left behind the remnant soul of the undying god, they might have left behind something else as well. That's right. Ling Xiao immediately scurried over to the materials area. It was still the 9th level. The materials here were extremely precious and were equivalent to a divine-grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Buzz. As soon as he arrived, his divine sun beast soul appeared. A sharp dagger emitted a faint luster. This dagger was a divine-grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although it wasn't bad, it didn't seem to have any special characteristics. Therefore, no one had taken it away after so long. There is an array formation protecting this dagger, so others can't see it. Only you, who possess the divine sun beast soul, can see it. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Looks like we are really lucky today. Hurry up and take it. Ling Xiao nodded and reached out to take the dagger. However, the moment he touched it, the dagger disappeared. No, to be exact, it didn't disappear. Instead, it merged with Ling Xiao's right hand. However, there was no change this time. Ling Xiao's strength didn't increase. His physical body didn't improve either. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the dagger had merged with his arm. Strange? Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't want to waste time on something he couldn't figure out. He had always believed that the reason he couldn't figure it out now was because his cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, the conditions weren't ripe. That dagger seems to be forged from the fingernails of the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun is known as the Divine Sun of Massacre. Its physical body is extremely strong. Its fingernails are extremely sharp weapons. Even a higher-grade weapon can't be compared to it, let alone a Heavenly Emperor weapon. You have really picked up a treasure, kid. Even I am a little jealous. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. But there isn't any change? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. You should be content. This kind of thing can only display its true effect under certain conditions. Even if there isn't any effect, you can still obtain it. If you get it, no one else will get it. This is also a great advantage. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. That's true. Ling Xiao sighed. Just as he was about to continue searching for what he wanted, 3 pieces of information automatically appeared in his mind. They weren't so much information as fragments of memories. One came from the Divine Sun Beast Soul. He had probably comprehended a new ability because he had merged with more Divine Sun Beast Souls. Previously, Yushun had only given him one sacred art, which was Life Rewind. But this was already powerful enough. He didn't expect to get more than that. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain a new type of divine ability? This was simply a pleasant surprise. The first piece of information was a brand new ability, Divine Sun. Divine Sun was the Divine Beast Divine Sun? Beast. Thus, this ability was related. Divine Sun was time. Cosmic Fist. This was a divine ability, and it could also be considered a martial skill. Cosmic was the time was time. This was God. Just the thought of it was shocking. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and carefully comprehended this message. The method of using the cosmic fist was very simple. There was only one move in total, but this move alone was enough to make the enemy unable to resist. Like other divine sons, it could become stronger as the martial artist cultivation level increased. There was almost no upper limit, at least in the Black Tortoise continent. The cosmic fist could change the flow of time within the range of the fist technique. If it was fast, it would be fast. If it was slow, it would be slow. This was similar to the fast and slow sword technique that Ling Xiao had comprehended before, but it was completely different. The fast and slow sword technique was just a sword intent. It affected the enemy's judgment and made them think that time had changed, using the illusion to win. The cosmic fist was a real change in time. Currently, Ling Xiao had just mastered the cosmic fist. After a punch was thrown out, the time could be changed by 3 seconds. It could be 3 seconds faster or 3 seconds slower. Within 3 seconds, it could change freely. As for the future, that was unknown. It could be imagined that it could become more and more powerful. Of course, such a heaven-defying divine son naturally had a limit. But this limit wasn't high. It had a cooldown time of 1 minute. In other words, it couldn't be used continuously. Every time it was used, it consumed a lot of physical strength and true origin energy. Even so, it was still a divine son technique. This kind of fist technique shouldn't be used repeatedly. It could be used as a trump card. It could be used suddenly when the enemy was unprepared. The other party simply couldn't guard against it. Amazing, really amazing. Kid, you seem very happy. You must have encountered something good, right? Yuan Venerate chuckled. Ling Xiao told Yuan Venerate about the cosmic fist. Yuan Venerate was one of his most trusted existences. He could even put his life in the hands of Yuan Venerate, let alone the cosmic fist. Yuan Venerate was stunned. Fortunately, this can only be used in the Black Tortoise continent. Otherwise, wouldn't you be defying the natural order? I have never heard of such a mystical martial technique before. Probably only the rulers of the mystic realm can use it. The second piece of information came from the sun god's fingernails. The remnant soul could bring divine sun techniques, but what could the physical body bring? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. He carefully received this information. He couldn't help but look extremely excited. Void-shattering finger. This was also a divine sun technique. It was also only one move. However, it didn't represent time. It represented space. Void represented space. Void-shattering was something that could pierce space. Void-shattering finger was a divine sun technique that could affect space laws. Oh my god, it can actually affect space and time. Void-shattering finger combined with the cosmic fist. I will be awesome in the future. Ling Xiao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The void-shattering finger was the same as the cosmic fist and had a cooldown time limit. However, it was really comfortable to use it as a trump card. But why could the sun god control space laws? Ling Xiao had a question. However, Yuan Venerate's answer made him feel relieved. In the Black Tortoise continent, the sun god could not only dig holes anywhere, but he could also dig holes between different planes. Rat holes were things that could traverse space. Come to think of it, the sun god was really terrifying. In other words, he should be the king of sovereigns in the Black Tortoise continent. Because it was a divine sun technique, he didn't need to cultivate it. He learned it directly. Of course, the void-shattering finger wasn't that magical in the beginning. It could only allow Ling Xiao to launch strange attacks within a 3-meter radius. However, this was enough. Ling Xiao believed that with his combat experience and skills, he could definitely use the void-shattering finger perfectly. He looked at the third piece of information, which was also the last one. Whether it was the remnant soul of the young god or the sun god's fingernails, they all revealed the name of a place. Chaotic Sand Sea. Ling Xiao vaguely remembered that he seemed to have vaguely heard someone mention this place. It seemed to be Green Lotus Swordswoman who said it. Chapter 4363. Chaotic Sand Sea? Ling Xiao pondered these words carefully. He gradually recalled what Green Lotus Swordswoman had said. The chaotic sand sea was located at the junction of the four great regions in the eternal desert. It was a land of freedom that was finally created through the efforts and sacrifices of the four great regions' senior cultivators. In the chaotic sand sea, one could see all kinds of people. There was no imperial power or sect control there. It was a place where various forces competed. There were all kinds of people. It formed the largest trading market in the four great regions and 9 great realms. It was also the front line of the eternal desert. One could say that it was chaotic there. It could also be said that it was filled with the air of freedom. In short, if one didn't want to be restricted and was confident in one's strength, one could go there and take a look. One would definitely be able to obtain the most unexpected harvest. The chaotic sand sea was also very large and was not inferior to the Golden Sky region. Therefore, it could accommodate a large number of people. It seemed that everyone in the four great regions and 9 great realms wanted to occupy it, but no one succeeded. The ancient rules determined that it belonged to all the cultivators of the four great regions and 9 great realms. No one could monopolize it. However, why was there such a message on the fingernail of the undying god and the undying god? Could it be that the person who left the bookmark and dagger here deliberately left it behind? To guide him to the chaotic sand sea? Ling Xiao frowned. At present, this was the most likely possibility. Disciple, in my opinion, your guess is most likely correct. It is even possible to obtain the complete undying god-beast soul in the chaotic sand sea, as well as the body of the undying god. The chaotic sand sea was only a small at the edge of the eternal desert. However, its existence was extremely special. If someone is guiding you there, you might as well try your luck. Anyway, your luck has always been good. Yuan Venerate also smiled. Ling Xiao nodded. A piece of the undying god's fingernail could allow him to comprehend the terrifying void-shattering finger. The remnant soul of the undying god had already allowed him to obtain life backtrack and cosmic light divine fist. What would happen if he obtained the complete body of the undying god and the undying god-beast soul? Just thinking about it made him excited. Fortunately, no one knew about this yet. If they did, it would probably set off a bloodbath in the four great regions and 9 great realms. Although the souls of the 12 divine beasts were not as powerful as the Sky Tyrant martial soul, they were still top-notch existences in the Black Tortoise continent. Any martial artist would probably want to obtain that item. I must get these things. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Even if he left the Black Tortoise continent in the future, he could leave the souls of the 12 divine beasts as an inheritance to the powerhouses of the Heavenly Empire, to protect his own Heavenly Empire. The more powerful the Heavenly Empire was, the more powerful he would be. After all, the Celestial Empire corresponded to the martial spirit's mountain river world. Moreover, he cultivated the profound world body. This mysterious world body could not be cultivated on its own. It could only be improved by constantly strengthening the Heavenly Empire and expanding its territory. Why was he able to continuously challenge those of a higher level? The sealed world body was a hidden factor. This was where he was completely different from others. He was determined to get the good stuff. However, he wouldn't go there recklessly. With his current strength, heading to the chaotic sand ocean would only bring disgrace upon himself. In any case, he had already obtained Zishan's fingernails and Yushan's soul. Others wouldn't be able to get it. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the treasures in the chaotic desert ocean would be taken away by others. The chaotic sand ocean had existed for tens of thousands of years. If the treasures were so easy to find, they would have been snatched away long ago and he wouldn't have had a chance. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Although his heart was filled with excitement, he wanted to get those good things as soon as possible. However, his rationality told him that he still had to deal with the matter at hand and improve his strength at the moment. At the very least, he had to wait until he stepped into the City of Gold before going to the chaotic sand ocean. By then, he would already be considered a top disciple of the 4 regions and 9 realms. He shouldn't be bullied so easily. At this thought, he took a deep breath and exhaled. His mood gradually calmed down. You are becoming more and more mature, kid. Not bad. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Some things really can't be rushed. Otherwise, it's easy to make mistakes. Be steady. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, it's useless to force it. The Yuan Venerate had basically watched Ling Xiao gradually become stronger. He had also watched Ling Xiao grow step by step. Ling Xiao's drive had not diminished and his blood was still boiling. However, he was much more mature and capable now. He wasn't lethargic or impulsive. Master, I'm blushing from your praise. Ling Xiao chuckled and casually picked a God-grade, Heavenly Emperor weapon sword from the weapon rack. It was a relatively low-level item among the God-grade Heavenly Emperor weapons, similar to the Life-Killing Sword and the Ice Phoenix Sword. He wanted a better one, but there wasn't any here. Furthermore, this sword had cost him 210 battle merits. The items in the exchange tower were really expensive. He had worked so hard to win so many matches. He believed that no one here could do the same. Even Valkyrie Yang Shui could only win 10 matches a day at most. After all, a person's quintessential origin energy and physical strength were limited. However, Ling Xiao was different. His quintessential origin energy was enough to last more than 100 battles. As for his physical strength, it was much stronger than the average person's. If it really didn't work out, there were elixir pills to supplement it. Other people treated elixir pills as extremely precious. However, to him, elixir pills were just jelly beans. Holding the sword casually, Ling Xiao left the exchange tower. Naturally, no one would stop him at this time. The Dharma I had already confirmed what he had taken. The system had also recorded how many battle merits he had lost. There was no need to check at all. This kid searched crazily for so long just for this sword? Doesn't he already have the Life-Killing Sword and the Ice Phoenix Sword? In the monitoring room, a disciplined knight asked doubtfully, God knows what this kid is thinking. Maybe he doesn't care about a 9th rank Emperor-class martial skill? Another person said, him? The best martial skill in War Soul Sacred City is probably only a 9th rank Emperor-class martial skill. How can he not care about it? Another person said, all right, don't talk about others behind their backs. If someone is willing to spend battle merits to exchange for a weapon, just watch. The Tower Master's eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. Obviously, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao had spent so much time just for this sword. Or rather, there was something strange about this sword. However, he had seen that sword more than once and didn't find anything strange about it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. What could be special about an arrogant kid? After leaving the exchange tower, Ling Xiao returned to his residence. He didn't expect Jiang Nan to be waiting there. Holy Lord Jiang Nan, didn't you just leave? Why are you back? Could it be that something big has happened again? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask when he saw that Jiang Nan's expression wasn't too good. Jiang Nan's eyes seemed to be red. This made Ling Xiao even more surprised. Chapter 4364. When Ling Xiao first came to Fighting Soul Sacred City, only Jiang Nan was willing to take care of him and take him in. Although he didn't say it, he was very grateful to Jiang Nan. Even if he had become the great sacred lord and was above Jiang Nan, he still wouldn't forget their old friendship. Jiang Nan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, Great sacred lord, I didn't plan to tell you about this matter. Because even Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman can't solve it. I'm afraid you can't solve it either. But you're the great sacred lord after all, so I still have to report it. Speak. Ling Xiao frowned. If Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't solve it, then this matter probably involved the sacred lords of the 10 sacred cities. It might even involve the Law Lord or Law Lord of Commandment Sacred City. But Jiang Nan probably didn't know that his trump card wasn't just Azure Lotus, Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun. If it really didn't work, he could ask Fire Lord to come out. My brother's family was killed. When Hinajiku and Zhanlong went to investigate, they were also seriously injured. Their bodies were destroyed. Their Naiden was seriously damaged. I'm afraid they can't save their lives. Jiang Nan gnashed her teeth as she said this. At that moment, Ling Xiao's killing intent surged out crazily. Jiang Nan's brother, Ling Xiao, didn't know him, so although he sympathized, he didn't feel anything. But Zhanlong and Hinajiku were friends who went through life and death. Ling Xiao was brought to Fighting Soul Sacred City by Zhanlong. This senior brother of his had never despised him and had always helped him. Hinajuku also desperately helped him during the Great River Bandits incident. Although there were some stains on her, she was still a rare friend. These two people's bodies were destroyed? That's fine, but how could their Naiden be broken? Jiang Nan felt the terrible killing intent from Ling Xiao and couldn't help but shudder. Return to Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao was eager to see how Hinajuku and Zhanlong were doing. He was very glad that he was a pharmacist and an alchemist. His master was stronger in this aspect. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. Back at Fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao checked on Hinajuku and Zhanlong's situation. It was really bad. It was almost to the point of being a lamp that had run out of oil. Master, what should we do? Ling Xiao could only seek help from a Yuan Venerate. How about this? I'll teach you a set of formations. Once it's set up, it can preserve their inner cores so that they won't break. Furthermore, he could continuously absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to increase his strength. However, in order to heal his inner core, he would need some precious herbs to refine a type of pill. These herbs were hard to find in the 3,000 holy cities. However, there might be some in the City of Gold, and there should be some in the chaotic Sand Sea. As he spoke, the Yuan Venerate sent a message to Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Ling Xiao did as he was told and finished setting up the formation. Then, he turned to Jiang Nan and the others and said, "Listen up, this formation requires spirit stones to maintain. Basically, you only need to replenish it once a month, but don't forget, Jiang Nan, you'd better send someone to guard him. As for the rest, I will think of a way." Can they still be saved? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. I can only say that there's still hope. Ling Xiao didn't dare to make any guarantees. After all, anything that hadn't happened yet was possible. It's good that there's still hope. They became like this because of my brother. My brother's family was almost exterminated, and they risked their lives to save their infant child. This can be considered as continuing the bloodline of my brother's family. They can't die. Jiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Although her mood was still heavy, she wasn't as hopeless as before. All right, can you tell me who did it now? Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and asked. No matter who it was, he had to make the person pay the price for hurting Hinajuku and Zhanlong. Jiang Nan nodded. She said, "It was Qi Xiao who did it." Qi Xiao? It's him again. Ling Xiao's face quickly darkened. Previously, Qi Xiao had killed people from War Soul Sacred City. He had gone to Discipline Sacred City to complain, but there had been no results. Qi Xiao had actually done such a thing again. Is it revenge? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's revenge. And this guy didn't have any fear at all. Not only did he do it, but he also deliberately left behind a piece of memory metal. Jiang Nan said as she took out the memory metal. Ling Xiao touched the memory metal, and an image appeared. There were also some words. If you don't immediately withdraw the complaint, this kind of tragedy will continue to happen. The one who said this was Qi Xiao. This person had a decent appearance, but who would have thought that he was a beast with a human face? Ling Xiao almost destroyed the memory metal in his anger. Fortunately, he managed to control it in the end. This thing was an important piece of evidence. Although Qi Xiao was obviously fearless, as long as this thing was preserved, it would be used against Qi Xiao. He carefully put it away. Jiang Nan, let's go to Discipline Sacred City personally. Since the complaint didn't work, let's try it ourselves. If Discipline Sacred City still doesn't care about this, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao's mind was filled with resentment. He was just giving face to Discipline Sacred City. If Discipline Sacred City was willing to deal with this matter fairly, there was no need to talk about it. According to Discipline Sacred City's rules, if someone killed someone and was found out, they would at least have their cultivation crippled. This Qi Xiao was also an idiot. He had deliberately left behind the memory metal. Although he had nothing to fear, although he was fearless, leaving evidence behind, wasn't he afraid of getting himself into trouble? Could it be that Qi Xiao thought that he could do whatever he wanted? This guy who only had a different surname from Ling Xiao, what kind of powerful background did he have? Why was he so fearless? But it was useless to think about it now. He would know when he arrived. Discipline Sacred City was much more majestic than he had imagined. It was a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. A terrifying pressure was constantly emanating from his body. It was as if it was warning those who entered the city that disciplined sacred city represented the rules, represented the law. Anyone who dared to disobey would be punished. Even the weakest guards in disciplined sacred city was an early heavenly core warrior. They didn't stop Ling Xiao, but when they saw Jiang Nan, a meaningful smile emerged on their faces. Perhaps they already knew that Jiang Nan would come and complain. But they knew what the result of complaining would be. It would be meaningless. Who was Qi Xiao? He was the hope of the 3,000 saint cities. He was the #1 genius. He was the holy son of Scarlet Sun Saint City. He had a close relationship with the law lords of disciplined sacred city. Almost every law lord had hugged him and taught him martial arts. Even the law lords were called grandpa by him. So, how could you possibly win a lawsuit against a man like this? Was it even possible? Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao was just here to go through the motions. If he won the lawsuit, that would be for the best. If he couldn't win the lawsuit, then he would have to do things his own way. Not only did he want Qi Xiao to pay the price, he also wanted Scarlet Sun Saint City to pay the price. He wanted everyone to understand that there was no benefit in offending Fighting Soul Sacred City. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 4365. Stepping into Commandment Sacred City, there were no commandment knights or preceptors. The ones in charge of receiving Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan were only 12 Dharma apostles. These 12 Dharma apostles obviously knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do. The corners of their eyes were full of contempt. They sat high up in the Dharma hall. They looked down at Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan as if they were looking at criminals. One of the Dharma apostles said coldly, "May I know why the Holy Lord of War Soul Sacred City has come to Commandment Sacred City this time?" Dharma Apostle, are you asking the obvious? The complaint has been submitted here for a few days. Why have you been delaying and refusing to give a verdict? Ling Xiao said coldly, "Shut up. Who do you think you are to talk to us? I'm asking your Holy Lord, not you." One of the Dharma apostles roared, "Haha, how arrogant. Commandment Sacred City is in charge of the laws of the 3,000 holy cities. You, a mere Dharma apostle, dare to throw your weight around. Who do you think you are?" Ling Xiao sneered, "I didn't bring Zhao Fengyan this time because I'm giving you face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Hearing Zhao Fengyun's name, the 12 Dharma apostles withered. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Sure enough, no matter where, the so-called laws were actually used to control the weak. A true powerhouse could completely ignore these things. This, Ling Xiao, you don't have any evidence for your complaint. We have to investigate slowly. It's very inappropriate to disturb the holy sun of Red Sun Sacred City without investigating clearly. A Dharma apostle explained. His attitude was not as arrogant as before. Fine, you can investigate that matter slowly. But this Qi Xiao that you're afraid of has done something else. He even left evidence directly. He's fearless. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, took out the memory medal, and released the image. The previous matter could be said to have no evidence. But for this matter, the evidence was conclusive. He really wanted to see what the people of Commandment Sacred City would do. Putting away the memory medal, Ling Xiao said coldly, "According to the rules of the 3,000 holy cities, killing an innocent person for no reason was a serious crime. At the very least, one's cultivation would be crippled." The disciples of War Soul Sacred City didn't attack Qi Xiao, and even stepped into Scarlet Sun Sacred City without permission. But he came to my War Soul Sacred City's territory, killed my people, and seriously injured my disciples. What are you going to do? Destroying Qi Xiao's cultivation was only the first step. Ling Xiao was not so kind. If he did not kill a dog like Qi Xiao, he would not be satisfied. He did this for another reason, and that was to shake the position of the Sacred Commandment City. The Commandment Sacred City would definitely side with Qi Xiao in this matter. This way, he could use this opportunity to stir up trouble and ruin the reputation of the Holy City of Discipline. Next, if he wanted to replace or even destroy the Sacred Commandment City, there would be no obstacles. Even the Golden City could not accuse him of any wrongdoing. After all, The sacred commandment city existed to uphold justice and uphold the rules. If it could not do that, its existence would lose its meaning. So in a sense, Ling Xiao actually hoped that the sacred commandment city would side with Qi Xiao. Anyway, he did not expect the sacred commandment city to do anything to Qi Xiao. So what if they destroyed his cultivation? There were too many ways to fake it. With Scarlet Sun's sacred city's ability, it would be easy to find a scapegoat. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Although they saw the evidence, the Dharma apostles were still prepared to side with Qi Xiao. One of them smiled and said, "We still need to check this evidence to see if it is true. We will make a record of this matter and report it to the Commandment Knights and the Master of Law. You just need to leave the evidence and go back to wait for the news. The world is clear, and you will not be at a disadvantage." Haha, in the end, you still don't dare to touch Qi Xiao, right? In that case, let someone who can make the decision, such as your Master of Law. Ling Xiao chuckled. He was not angry because he had already expected this, so he had made a corresponding plan. Not only did he want to ruin Scarlet Sun's sacred city's reputation, but he also wanted to ruin the sacred commandment city's reputation. Qi Xiao had given him such a big gift. How could he not make good use of it? We don't need to trouble the Master of Law at all for such a small matter. We can make the decision. You can rest assured that we will not be biased in dealing with this matter. Don't worry, leave the evidence. The Dharma apostles said. Jiang Nan had not said anything, but she also felt that Qi Xiao had a close relationship with the sacred commandment city. It was simply a pipe dream for them to succeed in their lawsuit. This matter, it was better to find a way to solve it themselves. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, let's go. I'm afraid we won't be able to find justice here." "Holy Lord Jiang Nan, please watch your words." One of the Dharma apostles said coldly, "Watch my words. So the one who died was not your relative?" Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold. "The one who came to complain is not us, but one of the 10 sacred cities. Your attitude will definitely not be like this. Who are you? Does Scarlet Sun's sacred city have dogs? Shut up. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have Zhao Fengyan behind you. Since you've already said so much, then let's be clear." One of them, who was obviously the Dharma apostles' chief, said sternly, "Who is Qi Xiao?" "The holy son of Scarlet Sun's sacred city. The number 1 person under the age of 100 in the 3,000 sacred city. His father, the sacred lord of Scarlet Sun, is in existence at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. His uncle is one of the 12 masters of law of our sacred commandment city. The second master of law is also his relative. Even the master of law is his god-grandfather. What right do you have to fight with him? To put it bluntly, withdraw the lawsuit now and go back to be good people. You can still save your life. Otherwise, not only will you fail to sue, but you will also lose your lives. Even Fighting Soul Sacred City will be razed to the ground." Hee. Ling Xiao laughed again. "Aren't you afraid that the people outside will know what you're saying? That will have a great impact on Commandment City's reputation." "What a joke. Since you've said it, you won't be afraid. Do you think others will believe you? You're just a disciple of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Are they willing to believe in Commandment City or you? Don't you have any idea?" The Dharma apostles' chief sneered. "That's true." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "If that's the case, it seems that we've really come in vain today. Jiang Nan, let's go back." "Wait, leave the memory medal. That's key evidence. We need to examine it." There were guards at the door blocking Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan's way. The Dharma apostles' chief said coldly. Ling Xiao turned around and sneered. "Such key evidence, I'm leaving it to you to destroy? Since you can't do anything to Qi Xiao, we won't sue you anymore." But this evidence was preserved by the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City with their lives. How can we give it to you? All of you are nothing but dogs raised by Crimson Firmament. Pinnacle Mobile Edition website. Chapter 4366. Ling Xiao directly called the Dharma disciples Qi Xiao's dogs. How could these Dharma disciples accept this? The expressions of the 12 Dharma disciples instantly became cold. They stood up and stared at Ling Xiao with cold eyes. "Do you think this is the Fighting Soul Saint City? This is the Saint Commandment City. How dare you humiliate us like this?" You're humiliating the Saint Commandment City. Do you want to die? Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see the group of Dharma disciples getting angry. He just smiled and said, "Oh, this is the Saint Commandment City. I thought this was a dog's den. Are you really not afraid of death?" The chief Dharma disciple asked coldly. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? However, to put it bluntly, the few of you really can't kill me. The strongest among you is only a perfect heavenly core warrior. As long as you're not deaf or blind, you should know that I defeated 18 perfect heavenly core warriors at the same time in the divine martial saint city. Give yourself some face, don't embarrass yourself." Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "Jiangnan, let's go." After saying that, he turned around and left. None of the 12 Dharma disciples dared to stop him. Ling Xiao's notoriety had spread throughout the divine martial saint city. If they really attacked, they had no idea what would happen. "Chief, are we just going to let him go like this?" Seeing Ling Xiao and Jiangnan leaving, one of the Dharma disciples gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. What else can we do? Do we really attack him here? We don't have to be afraid of him. But don't forget, he has the support of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Lady Azure Lotus, and Zhao Fengya. Those three are all Dharma Lords, and they are all top Dharma Lords. Can we afford to offend them?" The chief's expression didn't look good either. He didn't want to say that he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, because that would be too embarrassing. That's why he used Ling Xiao's support as a cover. In this way, letting Ling Xiao go wouldn't be too embarrassing. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Perhaps dealing with Ling Xiao wasn't that difficult, but thinking about the consequences, it was somewhat troublesome. This kind of troublesome matter should be left to the higher-ups. In any case, they couldn't afford to offend anyone. On the other side, Ling Xiao and Jiangnan left the sacred commandment city and looked back at the solemn city. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. "Young master, are we going to let Qi Xiao off just like that?" Jiangnan felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Her younger brother's entire family had been killed, leaving behind only a baby in swaddling clothes. If it weren't for Hinajiku and Zhanlong, he would have died. If Qi Xiao couldn't be punished, then where was the justice? Where was the justice? Heavenly Tao? Justice? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "These things don't depend on other people's charity. If we want to get it, we have to fight for it ourselves. Scarlet Sun Holy City? Hee, if I don't do anything, do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover?" He had the Great Devil King and Zhao Fengyun as his powerful subordinate. Even if Scarlet Sun Holy City was very strong, in his eyes, it was just us. This time, he would definitely make them pay the price. "Young master, what are you going to do?" Jiangnan asked. "Let's go back to War Soul Sacred City first. I already have a plan in mind. This time, Ling Xiao must kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he want Scarlet Sun Holy City to pay the price, but he also wanted to ruin Commandment City's reputation. So he had to plan well." Understood. Jiangnan trusted Ling Xiao very much, so she would naturally do whatever Ling Xiao said. After all, she couldn't do anything by herself. Facing the high and mighty Scarlet Sun Holy City and Commandment City, what he could do was too limited. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had 3 great core Shatterer powerhouses behind him, and 2 of these 3 still held very important positions in Golden City. Compared to Golden City, Scarlet Sun Holy City and Commandment City were nothing. With Ling Xiao handling this matter, there would definitely be no problem. After Ling Xiao and Jiangnan left Commandment City, the first seat of the Dharma Apostles reported this matter to the Commandment Knight. When the first seat heard this, he just sneered casually. "Is such a small matter worth the trouble of the Commandment Knight? So what if Qi Xiao really did that? So what if they have evidence? A small War Soul sacred city is not even worth mentioning among the 3,000 holy cities. How can it compare to Scarlet Sun Holy City? Qihua and Qinglian have no right to interfere with the 3,000 holy cities' matters. Otherwise, they would be violating the Golden City's rules. Zhao Fengyun alone can't defeat Scarlet Sun Holy City. I'm afraid you don't know that the Sacred Lord of Scarlet Sun Holy City just broke through to the Divine Body Realm not long ago. Right now, in our 3,000 holy cities, other than the Dharma Apostles, he is the strongest existence. Even if Qihua and Qinglian really disregard the rules and attack, they won't be a match for Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun, let alone Zhao Fengyun alone. I see. The first seat of the Dharma Apostles was shocked. They didn't expect Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun to be so terrifying. There's no need to report this matter. The Commandment Knights are all in seclusion. I'll go to Scarlet Sun Holy City personally and report this matter. I'll decide what to do after I meet Sacred Lord Scarlet Sunday, the first seat knight said lightly. After that, he flew into the sky. Commandment Sacred City was already very close to Scarlet Sun Holy City. With the teleportation portal, they were even closer. A few minutes later, the first Commandment Knight appeared in Scarlet Sun Holy City. He knelt in the main hall. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun and Mistress Scarlet Sun were sitting on top. They were Qi Zhao's parents. Scarlet Sun Holy City was built very majestically. The whole building was built with red as the foundation. It showed the power of Scarlet Sunday, that's it. Sacred Lord, Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan didn't know what's good for them and brought the memory medal to Commandment Sacred City to complain. However, we've already suppressed it. The high and mighty Commandment Knight was now like a dog in front of Sacred Lord Scarlet Sunday. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun waved casually and said, "First seat knight, stand up and speak. We've been friends for many years. There's no need to be so polite. I've already heard about this from Shower. Didn't he just casually kill a few trash from Warsoul Sacred City? If he killed them, then so be it. If Warsoul Sacred City didn't say anything, then we'd be at peace." However, they dared to complain. Shower taught them a lesson. As for the evidence, it was left by Shower. It was to tell them who was the master of the 3,000 sacred cities. Do ants think they can compete with a fierce tiger? These words were spoken without any fear at all. In his eyes, other people's lives were not lives at all. However, his son's life was incomparably precious. Commandment Sacred City is really something. Such people don't know what's good for them. Just directly detain them in the sacred city. How dare you let them go? If they talk nonsense outside, won't it be a disgrace to Scarlet Sun Holy City's reputation? Won't it affect my son's future? Mistress Scarlet Sun also spoke. No one else could be so protective of their son. It was clearly her son's fault, but he blamed it on others. Chapter 4367. Don't blame them. After all, Ling Xiao has a good relationship with Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun. Without the Law Master around, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun waved his hand and said, "How about this? You don't have to care about this. In 2 days, I will personally go to Fighting Soul Sacred City. This seat wants to see just how big this Ling Xiao's guts are. Humph, how dare he sue my son?" The first knight was secretly shocked. This was the power of a divine body realm powerhouse. He didn't care about the 3 people from the Golden City at all. After returning to Fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao gave an order that the martial artists in Fighting Soul Sacred City were not allowed to go out. They were to stay in the city and cultivate. This was just in case. He had already set up a defensive formation in Fighting Soul Sacred City. Even if a divine body realm powerhouse came, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. He wasn't afraid, but most of the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City were weaker. It was better for them to cultivate steadily. After that, he told them about Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City. He used this to stimulate the anger and motivation of the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City. If others dared to bully you like this, it was because they thought you were weak. Don't underestimate this method of provocation. This could make the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City cultivate with all their might. Moreover, they would unite their will. I will take care of Qi Zhao's matter, but I will leave here sooner or later. So, if you don't want to be bullied in the future, you have to become stronger. I can't protect you forever. Remember this humiliation, and remember this lesson. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you are weak, you will be bullied. Others won't even treat you as humans, and will only humiliate you. Then, he turned and left. He handed Fighting Soul Sacred City to Jiang Nan. He gathered Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun together. If he wanted to find fault, The bigger the commotion, the better. Previously, he didn't want to expose his relationship with Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman because he wanted to keep a secret. But it was different now. His secret had changed to the Fire King. These two people could be exposed, together with Zhao Fengyun. As long as the three of them didn't encounter any divine physique echelon experts in the 3,000 sacred cities, they wouldn't be afraid. The four of them sat in the room with solemn expressions. Forefather Scarlet Flame said unhappily, "Young master, you said that you would look for us if you encountered any trouble. But you actually brought Jiang Nan to the holy city of discipline. Aren't you too naive? Do you still expect the weak to be treated fairly? It was useless. The existence of Commandment Sacred City was to restrain the weak. In my opinion, we might as well go straight to Scarlet Sun Sacred City and smash it. Just kill Qi Shao." "Nonsense." Green Lotus Swordswoman glared at him and said, "After all, we are from the Golden City. Interfering with the affairs of the 3,000 holy cities was already against the rules. Annihilate Scarlet Sun Holy City? Are you trying to provoke the people from the Golden City?" After all, the Scarlet Sun Holy City had always been the strongest force among the 3,000 holy cities. They have more people in the Golden City than in our Fighting Soul Sacred City. If we really fight, wouldn't we be harming Young Lord? Green Lotus is right. The two of you shouldn't blindly get involved. With me around, Young Lord won't be at a disadvantage. But if the Golden City interferes, the unlucky one will definitely be the Sacred Lord. Zhao Fengyun also said, "Then what should we do? Do we just watch? That's too cowardly. If it doesn't work, the two of us will also resign from the Golden City." Forefather Scarlet Flame scratched his head and said, "Anyway, he couldn't think of any good ideas. Young Lord, you just want to kill Qi Shao to avenge our people, right?" Green Lotus Swordswoman seemed to have thought of a way as she looked at Ling Shao and asked, "Kill him? That's far from enough. At the very least, we have to kill Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun and Qi Shao. We also have to destroy Commandment Sacred City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities." Ling Shao laughed. Hearing this, the three of them gasped at the same time. Good Lord, the young Lord's ambition is really big. He actually wants to destroy Commandment Sacred City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities? I'll think of other ways. Sister Green Lotus, tell me, how do we kill Qi Shao? Ling Shao asked. This is actually very simple. There are only a few days left before the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. As long as Young Lord kills Qi Shao in the ranking battle, you just have to kill him. Green Lotus Swordswoman said, in this way, not only can you take revenge, but you can also use him as a stepping stone. That guy has been ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years in a row. As long as Young Lord kills him, you will definitely be able to enter the Golden City. As for the specifics, just leave it to us. If it doesn't work, there's still the Fire Emperor. He's very concerned about you. Can I kill someone in the ranking battle? Ling Shao laughed. He had offended a lot of people, and there were probably a lot of people who wanted to kill him. Then he could also take advantage of these people. Of course you can. The ranking battle stipulates that you either have to admit defeat or die. You just have to make sure he doesn't admit defeat. But I think with Qi Zhao's character, he probably won't admit defeat. So there's only death. Green Lotus Swordswoman laughed. Green Lotus, why do you make it sound so easy? How strong is Young Lord? That guy is at the perfection of the ultimate core realm. How can he kill him? Zhao Fengyun said helplessly. Old Zhao, you're outdated. If our Young Lord really wants to kill that kid, it'll be as easy as flipping his hand. Not to mention that kid, even if he wants to kill the 12 rulers of the Commandment Sacred City. It's nothing. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame said proudly. Zhao Fengyun was stunned for a moment and looked at Ling Shao in surprise. Was his Young Lord really that powerful? Well, this is a good idea. Then let's kill Qi Shao in the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Next, we have to burn a fire and let the Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City lose face. Ling Shao stood up. He had already expected that the people of the Commandment Sacred City would refuse to help him deal with Qi Shao. So he also brought the memory medal. He recorded the ugly faces of those Dharma apostles. If this thing and the other memory medal were to spread in the 3,000 sacred cities at the same time, It would definitely be enough for the Commandment Sacred City and the Scarlet Sun Sacred City to suffer. Even if they could barely pass in the end, people's trust in the Commandment Sacred City would be greatly reduced. Let's go to the Divine Martial Sacred City. That's the most lively place in the 3,000 sacred cities. Since the Commandment Sacred City and the Scarlet Sun Sacred City don't mind losing face, then let's make them lose all their face. Ling Xiao chuckled. Good idea, huh? Green Lotus Swordswoman and the other two instantly understood Ling Xiao's idea. How could they not participate in such a fun thing? Young lord, don't expose your power for the time being. If there's any trouble, the three of us will solve it for you. That old fellow Fire King gave me a treasure. Even if it's against a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist, there's also a possibility of winning. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed. Chapter 4368. Patriarch Scarlet Flame was very confident. Previously, he had been too cowardly in the Sky Demon Ghost territory. He had been helpless against a Divine Body Realm cultivator. That was why he had gone to beg his uncle, the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor had a lot of such treasures. Just give him one. That would benefit him immensely. Patriarch Scarlet Flame's words had hit the nail on the head. He would try his best not to expose the matter of the great Demon King. The more hidden means he had, the easier it was to survive. The four of them left Fighting Soul Sacred City and headed to Divine Martial Sacred City. This time, they were especially high profile. He had won more than 200 consecutive battles in the Divine Martial Sacred City battle zone and had already become a legendary figure. Now that he had just arrived, he had attracted the attention of many people. There were also many people waiting to challenge him. However, what puzzled them was that Ling Xiao hadn't come alone this time. He had brought 3 people with him. These 3 people didn't look like people to be trifled with. One of them was wearing armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. He gave off the aura of a general on the battlefield just by standing there. The second person was a woman. She looked dignified and beautiful, but there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. The third person was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He had a fiery aura, as if anyone who approached him would be set ablaze. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled. There were more than 100,000 people in the Divine Martial Sacred City battle zone alone. There were also many people in the other cultivation areas, exchange areas, and commercial areas who had admitted defeat. As long as the news was announced, naturally, it would spread outside. However, Ling Xiao felt that this wasn't enough. He let a Yuan Venerate control the live broadcast system of Divine Martial Sacred City. These live broadcast systems were all controlled by sophisticated array formations. Ordinary people definitely couldn't hack in. However, a Yuan Venerate was different. What was his status and ability? How could a mere array formation stop him? After everything was ready, Ling Xiao slowly rose into the air and looked at everyone in front of him. At the same time, it was broadcast through the live broadcast system of Divine Martial Sacred City. At the same time, the people of Discipline Sacred City were discussing with the people of Scarlet Sun Sacred City how to suppress Ling Xiao and Fighting Soul Sacred City. He wanted Ling Xiao to keep his mouth shut. It wasn't that they didn't think that Ling Xiao would leak this information, but they didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to offend both Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City at the same time. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao was a fearless person to begin with. Not to mention that he had a backer now. Even if he didn't, he would still do what he had to do. In the end, they had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Everyone must be curious as to why I'm not participating in the battle today. Instead, I'm controlling the live broadcast system of Divine Martial Sacred City. Now, I will let you know. Some solemn places were, in fact, extremely shameless. Some people who seem to be sanctimonious are actually a bunch of thieves and prostitutes. Everyone, please be careful. This matter has a lot to do with all of you. After successfully attracting the attention of many people, Ling Xiao began to tell the story. He was a very eloquent person. Therefore, when the story came out of his mouth, it was really vivid and vivid. Hearing this, many people were filled with righteous indignation. At this time, the Exchange Tower Master, as well as the apprentices and commandment knights, had already seen this scene through the live broadcast. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Their expressions changed drastically. "Quick, go stop this lunatic. What is he trying to do? He's crazy." The Exchange Tower Master personally led 3 commandment knights and hundreds of apprentices over. However, they were still too late. After Ling Shi finished telling the story, he also talked about his encounter in Commandment Sacred City. Naturally, there were people who didn't believe him. This is all your side of the story. How can anyone believe it? It involved Commandment Sacred City and Qi Shao, so no one dared to believe it easily. That was what Ling Shao wanted. Then, he played the images recorded by the 2 pieces of memory metal. The images of the memory metal couldn't be faked. Seeing these 2 scenes, the faith in everyone's hearts instantly collapsed. They had always thought that Commandment Sacred City was the representative of fairness and justice, a place that people believed in. But now, this faith had collapsed. Not only that, but those who had been threatened or treated unfairly by Commandment Sacred City all stood up. They understood that this was a rare opportunity. They spoke of the injustice they had suffered. The high and mighty image of the sacred Commandment City crumbled like a pile of broken building blocks. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Of course, many of these people were arranged by him in advance. However, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Just a dozen or so people had brought out the anger of thousands of people. He had said that he didn't just want Qi Shao dead. Crimson Firmament was nothing to him. If he wanted to kill her, he could do so at any time. His real goal was to break Commandment Sacred City's control over the 3,000 holy cities. If they couldn't even achieve the most basic fairness, how could they control the laws? Everyone, after this incident, I also believed in Commandment Sacred City. However, these experiences were truly heartbreaking. What kind of animals were the people who controlled the laws? They colluded with criminals and caused so many people to die unjustly. Is there a need for Commandment Sacred City to exist? Ling Zhao's voice sounded out once again. Countless people were enraged. Many people didn't really like Commandment Sacred City, and now that they had the chance, they took the opportunity to cause trouble. Finally, Law Apostles appeared. These Law Apostles were from the battle zone. They had received the Tower Lord's order and rushed here immediately. No matter what, they couldn't let Ling Shao continue speaking. Such bewitching words were a huge problem for the Commandment Sacred City. There were a total of 20 Law Apostles, and all of them were Heavenly Core warriors. At the same time, they all charged towards Ling Shao. Zhao Fengyun and the others were about to attack, but they were stopped by Ling Shao. There was no need for the 3 of them to deal with these trash. To be honest, Ling Shao wanted them to attack. He casually waved his hand, and a divine ice dragon opened its mouth. It spat out a large amount of icy mist. Icy dragon breath. The 20 or so people were all frozen in an instant. Ling Shao said with disdain, "What's wrong? Are you angry out of shame? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to say it? Commandment Sacred City is nothing more than this. You can hide it for a while, but do you think you can treat the hundreds of millions of warriors from the 3,000 sacred cities as fools? That's right, Commandment Sacred City treated us like fools, and we will make them pay. That bastard Qi Shao is normally bloodthirsty. In fact, many of our holy city's disciples have been killed by him. But we can't win against him. We never dare to say anything. Today, I will risk everything." That's right, I don't believe that with so many of us here, Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun, Sacred City can kill all of us. The more people there were, the more strength there was. The more people there were, the more confidence there was. They dared to do what they didn't usually do. Besides, today's incident was led by Ling Shao. Even if Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City wanted to take revenge, they would start with Ling Shao. They didn't mind it. That was why they dared to cause trouble. Chapter 4369. In the past, when we went to Su, the Commandment Sacred City said they would keep the evidence for inspection, but later they told us that the evidence was lost. We had no choice. Now that I think about it, we were really stupid. How many times has the Commandment Sacred City been wronged? I had the same experience. It was a painful lesson. Ling Shao has a way. He should have taken the evidence and left the Commandment Sacred City speechless. Among the people who spoke, they might not really support Ling Shao or like Ling Shao. They were just doing it for their own benefits. Many people had been cheated by the commandment sacred city. There were also some sacred city sacred lords who were suppressed by the commandment sacred city. Since there was a chance this time, they naturally had to beat the dog in the water. After all, the law could not punish the majority. Even if the commandment sacred city wanted to find trouble, they would find Ling Shao. They couldn't kill everyone from the 3,000 sacred cities. The commandment sacred city must give an explanation. Yes, punish Qi Shao severely. Punish those who cheat for personal gains. People can't keep kneeling. When it's time to stand up, they still have to stand up. Look at Ling Shao. He knows how terrifying it is to offend the commandment sacred city and the Scarlet Sun sacred city. But he's not afraid. This is a real man. Shut up. At this moment, the Exchange Tower Master arrived. Along with him, there were 4 commandment knights and hundreds of Dharma apostles. The scale was huge. Many of the martial artists below shut their mouths. After all, the Tower Master was powerful and not someone they could afford to offend. They didn't want to be the first to do so, but Ling Shao wasn't afraid at all. He knew that the Exchange Tower Master would come to cause trouble in the divine martial sacred city. In fact, the Tower Master was also the strongest person in the divine martial sacred city and also belonged to the commandment sacred city. In addition to the commandment knights and Dharma apostles, they were here to protect the dignity of the commandment sacred city. The Tower Master's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm. He couldn't compare to Zhao Fengyun, Forefather Scarlet Flame, and Green Lotus Swordswoman, but he was much stronger than the others. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding aura instantly became much more condensed. He stared coldly at Ling Shao, wishing that he could swallow Ling Shao whole, but he couldn't make a move. Even a fool could see that Ling Shao had those 3 backing him up. No one could do anything to him. Moreover, in this matter, the commandment sacred city was indeed in the wrong. Be it in terms of strength or reasoning, he was at a disadvantage. Ling Shao, if you want to cause trouble, you can do it in Scarlet Sun Sacred City. Don't even think about causing trouble in my divine martial sacred city. The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower finally said this after holding back for a long time. Haha, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? The Exchange Tower has existed for tens of thousands of years, but you have only lived for about 200 years. At the end of the day, you're just a gatekeeper of the Exchange Tower. How dare you treat the Exchange Tower as your own property? Also, this is the battle zone, not the Exchange Tower. I didn't break any rules. What right do you have to ask me to leave? Ling Shao naturally wasn't afraid of the Pagoda Master. Even if he didn't have Qi Hua, Qing Lian, and Zhao Fengyun behind him, he still had the divine physique echelon Great Devil King. Why would he be afraid of a mere 7th stage Shattered Core martial artist? However, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. This time, he was forced into a corner. That was why he did this. How dare you? The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower was furious. He suddenly struck out with his palm, wanting to kill Ling Shao. However, Zhao Fengyun took a step forward and shook the long spear in his hand. The sharp spear energy formed a spiral-shaped gale that pierced out. The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower exclaimed and fell back. There was a red spot on his palm. His eyes were filled with shock. Zhao Fengyun, as a member of the Golden City, how dare you interfere with the 3,000 sacred cities' matters? Aren't you afraid of being punished? The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower frowned. Idiot, I've already resigned from all my positions in the Golden City. I'm now the Supreme Elder of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You want to hurt our Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciple. Can I do anything? Zhao Fengyun sneered. I think your commandment sacred city has been arrogant for too long. You've already forgotten the responsibility given to you by the Golden City. Do you think you're the emperor of the 3,000 sacred cities? When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being overjoyed in their hearts. They didn't expect that Ling Shao would have such an expert backing him. No wonder he dared to go against the commandment sacred city. If that was the case, they had nothing to be afraid of. Tower Master, we're not talking nonsense. It's not the first time your commandment sacred city has bent the law. We don't dare to say it because we're afraid, not because you're doing the right thing. General Zhao, you have to uphold justice for us. I have a brother who was bullied by the commandment sacred city. He wanted to go to the Golden City to complain, but he was killed on the way. Although there's no evidence, even a fool can guess who did it. Also, in order to get my sister, Chi Xiao didn't hesitate to kill my sister's fiancé. In the end, he even used force. My sister is a woman with backbone. In the end, she chose to commit suicide. Unfortunately, Chi Xiao has a close relationship with the commandment sacred city. We can't win it all. We can only endure this blood feud. The commandment sacred city is simply a puppet of the Scarlet Sun sacred city. What's the use of having them? Everyone spoke one after another, saying all the things that they didn't dare to say in the past. Because they had Zhao Fingyun's support, they weren't afraid of being silenced. Who dares to deceive the public and frame my son? Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. It sounded like thunder. The main character is here. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This Scarlet Sun sacred lord finally couldn't hold it in anymore? It's a good time to confront him. A moment later, a group of people appeared in the battle area. The person in the lead was wearing a Scarlet Sun python robe. He had a dignified look, and his aura was much stronger than the Exchange Tower Master. Just by standing there, he was enough to make people tremble in fear. Those who were originally talking shut their mouths again. There was no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. The Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord was a terrifying person. Chi Xiao was just a younger version of the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord. When the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord was young, he was even more arrogant and despotic than Chi Xiao. He did even more despicable things. Now, he was naturally protecting his son. He didn't think that what his son did was wrong at all. I didn't expect the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord to come personally. Don't you think that this is a little too much? Zhao Fengyun looked at the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord and frowned slightly. He could feel that the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord's aura was much stronger than his. If he wasn't wrong, the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord had probably advanced to the Divine Body realm. Although he was just a beginner, he was still much stronger than a Shattered Core Realm martial artist. The Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord originally planned to call Ling Xiao to the Scarlet Sun Sacred City for a chat in 2 days. However, he just received a report that Ling Xiao was spreading the news in the Divine Martial Sacred City. He immediately flew into a rage and came over with his men. He didn't plan to have a good talk with Ling Xiao. So what if he wanted to use his power to bully others? In any case, he had the strength and status to back it up. For the sake of his precious son, he would do anything, even if he had to become enemies with Patriarch Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun. Chapter 4370. Looking at Zhao Fengyun, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Green Lotus Swordswoman, Scarlet Sun Sacred Leader sneered, "Hee. I was still guessing that this Ling Xiao must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. He actually dared to offend Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City at the same time. It turns out that he has the 3 of you as his backers. Let me give you 3 a piece of advice. Don't lose your life in the 3000 Sacred City because of this kid. It's not worth it." If it was before his cultivation breakthrough, he would definitely not dare to speak to the 3 of them like this. But it was different now. As a Divine Physique Realm martial artist, he was the sky of the 3000 Sacred City. Even if he went to the Golden City, he would definitely be an expert. His status was higher than the 3 of them. In the end, in the mystic world, strength was still what mattered. The strong preyed on the weak. If you were strong enough, your status would be high enough. Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed and said, "Scarlet Sun, don't scare me. I'm not someone who can be scared. Today's matter didn't need to be blown up to this extent. You could have handed your son to Commandment Sacred City to be dealt with impartially and crippled his cultivation. You even colluded with Commandment Sacred City to protect your precious son. Now that things have blown up, are you angry? Hee. Are you really not afraid that I will expose this matter to the Golden City? At that time, Commandment Sacred City will probably have to reorganize. Your precious son will also be punished severely as an example to others." When the Exchange Tower Master heard this, his expression changed. Ancestor Scarlet Flame definitely had this ability. Commandment Sacred City had really kicked an iron plate this time. In the past, They could always suppress it in time, and no one dared to say anything. What's more, not many people knew where the Golden City was. Even if those people wanted to complain, they couldn't. But this time was different. With Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, things would become very troublesome. However, he looked at Scarlet Sun's Sacred Leader. There was no fear on Scarlet Sun's Sacred Leader's face. Instead, he revealed a disdainful sneer. It was as if Ancestor Scarlet Flame's words were a joke to him. The surrounding people had long been intimidated by Scarlet Sun's Sacred Leader's terrifying aura. Kneeling on the ground, they trembled and did not dare to speak. This was Scarlet's Sacred Leader. This was the status brought by strength. With strength, one could do whatever he wanted. With Scarlet Sun's Sacred Leader's strength, entering Golden City. But he didn't because he didn't like the restrictions. In 3000 Sacred City, he was the boss. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head than the tail. He was such a person was God. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun suddenly laughed wildly. Scarlet Fire, go ahead and tell them. If anyone cares, then it's my loss. In the end, you three, has A, and Sun Swordsman. Is Swordsman. Is, will. If of it, you. Of B. Of is of S is. If he wasn't a divine physique realm martial artist, he wouldn't have dared to say such words. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun all frowned. Is of, S of, Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, you're so arrogant. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Golden City? I don't need to rely on Golden City. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've reached the divine body realm? You're just a frog in a well. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, do you know why I'm here? Just when everyone thought that even the three powerhouses from Golden City could not do anything to Sacred Leader Scarlet Sunday, Ling Xiao spoke. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun snorted. Ling Xiao ignored him and continued. I know. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun loves your son dearly. Moreover, the ranking battle of the 3000 sacred cities is coming. You can't cripple your son Qi Zhao's cultivation. That will destroy him. I also know that Commandment Sacred City will protect him. In any case, even if he were to be punished, it would probably not be painful or itchy at all. Today, in front of everyone, I, Ling Xiao, will make an oath. During the ranking battle of the 3000 sacred cities, I will take Qi Zhao's head to comfort the souls of the deceased from War Soul Sacred City. Since Commandment Sacred City won't give me justice, then I, Ling Xiao, will do it myself. If Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City are not afraid of losing face, then let's continue. I'd like to see how long you can be so arrogant. Actually, Ling Xiao had already achieved his goal of causing a ruckus. He wanted Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun to protect him. Although the people around did not dare to say anything in front of Sacred Leader Scarlet Sunday. However, they would definitely hate Scarlet Sun's Sacred City in their hearts. They would be disgusted by Commandment Sacred City's protection and injustice. Commandment Sacred City's status would plummet. That was enough. That was his real goal. As for Qi Zhao, he would kill him with his own hands. After all, there were only a few days left until the ranking battle of the 3000 sacred cities. Many people noticed Ling Xiao's real goal from his words. They could not help but admire his cunning. He was too powerful. He knew that neither Commandment Sacred City nor Scarlet Sun Sacred City would do anything to Qi Zhao. He still came to make trouble. He was not targeting Qi Zhao at all. He was targeting the two sacred cities. Powerful, too powerful. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun's face was a little ugly. This kid was only an ant in his eyes. He was actually so scheming. The Exchange Tower Master shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even if Commandment Sacred City punished Qi Zhao now, it would be too late. Others would think that all this was done to save Commandment Sacred City's face. It was not true justice. Therefore, no matter what they did, Commandment Sacred City's reputation had been ruined. If it were not for the fact that their comprehensive strength was extremely strong, Commandment Sacred City would probably be destroyed by those angry people at this time. Too ruthless. This move was really too ruthless. He used a small matter to ruin the reputation of the two sacred cities. Sacred leader Scarlet Sun had built a good reputation for many years. Commandment Sacred City had built a fair reputation for many years. It was all ruined in a day. Brat, I really admire your craftiness. But what can you do even if you use up all your tricks? I will kill you here today. Everything you have done will become a thing of the past. What's the point? Sacred leader Scarlet Sun suddenly released the terrifying aura of the divine body echelon and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. He wanted Ling Xiao to kneel and beg for mercy. He wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. He also wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate those who were watching the live broadcast. However, what surprised him was that Ling Xiao was still floating in midair and was still as calm as ever. It was as if nothing had happened. Haha, Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, are you angry from embarrassment? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, this is a war zone. You should know the consequences if you make a move, right? So what if it's a war zone? Today, I want you to understand. In this world, strength is the most important thing. Even if I am unreasonable, even if my son did something wrong, so what? I am stronger than you. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun's attitude was extremely rude and unreasonable. Chapter 4371. Sacred Leader Qiyang was planning to be a villain to the end. Since his reputation had already been ruined, he didn't care anymore. As long as he had powerful strength, no one would dare to say anything. However, if he lost, it would be terrible. He would definitely be despised by thousands of people. Is that so? Then why haven't you made a move yet? Ling Xiao mocked. Do you want to die so badly? I'll fulfill your wish. Sacred Leader Qiyang was completely annoyed by Ling Xiao. Every word of this brat hit his sore spot. And when he thought about how he had been tricked by this brat, he was extremely unhappy. Looking at the mocking, sarcastic, disdainful, and contemptuous gazes of the people around him, he was about to explode from anger. He suddenly struck out with his palm. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. The red palm print was filled with heat, able to melt everything in front of it. Let me do it. At this moment, Patriarch Scarlet Flame rushed out. A scarlet robe suddenly appeared on his body. This robe was obviously not an ordinary item. It should be the treasure that Patriarch Scarlet Flame said he got from the Fire Emperor. It was definitely an existence that surpassed the divine grade Heavenly King artifact. At that moment, Patriarch Scarlet Flame's combat power actually soared to the divine body realm. The two sides collided in midair. Then, the two forces canceled each other out. They disappeared. There was no intense aftershock. The two of them each took a few steps back. Sacred Leader Qiyang looked at Patriarch Scarlet Flame in shock and anger. So you already knew that I had broken through? I don't have such a good brain. It's just that I suffered a little in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost Trap, so I don't want to suffer again. So, I borrowed something from the Fire Emperor. Patriarch Scarlet Flame said casually, Fire Emperor. Sacred Leader Qiyang's expression instantly became extremely ugly. The Fire Emperor's status in the City of Gold was second only to the Golden Emperor. He couldn't afford to offend him, and neither could the people of Qiyang's sacred city. Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, you'd better remember this. From now on, Qiyang's sacred city and Fighting Soul Sacred City are irreconcilable. Let's go. Sacred Leader Qiyang really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he couldn't. The treasure on Forefather Scarlet Flame was enough to contend against him. Of course, it was impossible for his opponent to defeat him. If the stalemate continued, it would be meaningless. Scarlet Sun Saint Lord, when you go back, tell the people of Scarlet Sun Saint City not to go out anymore. Otherwise, I'll kill whoever comes out. Anyway, the Commandment Sacred City doesn't care. Now that Ling Xiao had laid down a good foundation, he naturally had to make use of it. If he had killed the people of Scarlet Sun Sacred City, the Commandment Sacred City would have been able to hold him accountable. But now, Commandment Sacred City did not have the face or the strength to do so. Not to mention that the Law Master wasn't here. Even if the Law Master was here, so what? A Commandment Sacred City that had lost its credibility was basically an empty shell. Who would submit to them? Ling Xiao had a premonition that the 3,000 holy cities would be in chaos for a period of time. Moreover, a large number of Dharma apprentices would probably resign and leave. Commandment Sacred City would no longer be the holy land that people yearned for. Instead, it would become a place that people despised. Of course, they wouldn't collapse just because of this. But a 1,000-mile dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. It was only a matter of time before Commandment Sacred City was finished. It was different from the other holy cities because it relied on the trust of the people. Without trust, there would be no value in existing. Soon, there would probably be an order from the City of Gold. Of course, this was all in the future. The moment he heard that Ling Xiao was going to launch a killing operation against Scarlet Sun Saint City, the Scarlet Sun Saint Lord's expression turned even uglier. He couldn't let the martial artists of Scarlet Sun Saint City be cowards. Moreover, as the leader of the 10 great holy cities, if they were threatened by Ling Xiao's words, then how would they survive in the future? No matter how many people you kill from Scarlet Sun Saint City, I'll kill 10 times more people from Fighting Soul Sacred City. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Ling Xiao smiled. Their status in Fighting Soul Sacred City was not high, so it was not a problem for them to not let their disciples out for a short period of time. No one would laugh at them. But Scarlet Sun Saint City was different. It was the most powerful holy city among the 3,000 holy cities. If he were to be a coward, he would definitely be laughed at. Watching Scarlet Sun Saint Lord leave, Ling Xiao also returned to Fighting Soul Sacred City. What happened here today would definitely spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao's reputation would also be established because of this. Although Qi Xiao was still alive and well, Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City had lost all their face because of this incident. They had become the laughingstock of the 3,000 holy cities. Perhaps for many people, this was enough. A small Fighting Soul Sacred City had humiliated Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City to such an extent. They should be satisfied, right? But Ling Xiao was not satisfied. He had announced in Divine Martial Sacred City that he would launch a killing operation against the people of Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City. The reason why he did not take action immediately was to give those who did not want to die a chance to leave Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City. From tomorrow onwards, he would go on a hunt. The people he was going to kill next would not be innocent. They already knew what Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City had done, but they still stayed there. They were jackals of the same tribe. There was nothing to sympathize with if he killed them. After the people of the Fighting Soul Alliance learned about what Ling Xiao had done in Divine Martial Sacred City, they were all very emotional. In the past, they did not dare to offend such two powerful sacred cities. Ling Xiao was indeed worthy of being their hope. He was indeed a responsible and capable person. With such a person leading them, how could the Fighting Soul Alliance not be powerful? Because of this incident, the Fighting Soul Alliance added another 12 sacred cities to the alliance. They were determined to attack and defend the alliance. Of course, these were all secret alliances, even more secretive than the 10 sacred cities that had joined before. Even Commandment Sacred City would not know. Of course, this was only the beginning. Ling Xiao wanted to bring the entire 3,000 holy cities under his command. The next day, Ling Xiao's hunt began. He did not ask others to help. He wandered around Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City alone. As long as he saw people from Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Saint City, he would kill. After a day, hundreds of people had died in his hands. This time, the 3,000 holy cities were even more shocked. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was just saying. They did not expect that he would actually dare to do so. This was simply a madman, but a terrifying madman. The status of the Fighting Soul Sacred City was constantly rising, although there was no official ranking. But among the people, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was already in existence that could contend with the 10 sacred cities. This was the benefit of strength. After the first day of the hunt, the Fighting Soul Alliance had 10 more allies. Now, it had increased to 33 sacred cities. Although compared to the 3,000 holy cities, this was not a lot. But many little drops made a mickle. Moreover, Ling Xiao's hunt was still ongoing. The people of Scarlet Sun Saint City and Commandment Sacred City were panicking, and more people left because of this. Almost 90% of the Dharma disciples of Commandment Sacred City left on this day. Many things could not operate normally. Of course, they would not sit still and wait for death. Chapter 4372. On the second day of Ling Zhao's hunt, Commandment Sacred City sent 10 Commandment Knights and a Law Lord. Scarlet Sun Sacred City's Sacred Lord led many experts to attack Fighting Soul Sacred City. This battle was earth-shattering, although many people didn't see it at all. But in the end, all 10 Commandment Knights died in battle, and the Law Lord was also killed. 80% of Scarlet Sun Sacred City's people also died. The rest fled in panic. This day was known as the Day of Changing the Heavens. It meant that the sky would change. Fighting Soul Sacred City directly became the most terrifying existence among the 3,000 sacred cities. Scarlet Sun Sacred City was dispirited. If it weren't for Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's existence, it would have been destroyed by others. Commandment Sacred City also activated a defensive formation and hid in it, waiting for the Law Lord to return. After this battle, Commandment Sacred City was completely forgotten by people. When people had disputes, they no longer looked for Commandment Sacred City, but Fighting Soul Sacred City. Fighting Soul Sacred City seized the opportunity and became the true Commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao always insisted on one point. No matter who made a mistake, they would be punished. His own people were no exception. He knew that Commandment Sacred City's way of doing things would not go far. So he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Because he didn't protect them, Fighting Soul Sacred City and even Fighting Soul Alliance's disciples became more obedient. They followed the rules set by Fighting Soul Sacred City. Now, Fighting Soul Alliance had developed to thousands of sacred cities. They had the absolute initiative. At this point, Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists could finally hold their heads high. They also respected and admired Ling Xiao more. On the other hand, Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City became the antagonist of the 3,000 sacred cities. Their disciples didn't even dare to leave the city. They could only hide in the city. They were reviled. At this time in Scarlet Sun Sacred City, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun was having a secret meeting with 11 of the 12 Law Lords. Because one of the Law Lords had been killed. It was one of the 12 Law Lords, Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun's relatives. Damn it. Only Scarlet Flame Ancestor who was willing to fight for Fighting Soul Sacred City with the treasure given by the Fire Emperor could contend with me. Who knew that a giant demon king would suddenly appear? He's even stronger than me. How could this be? Even now, Scarlet Sun Holy Lord still couldn't understand where War Soul Sacred City had gotten such a powerful Great Devil King. If the Great Devil King hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have lost so miserably. There's something fishy about this matter. We've already sent a letter to the Golden City, saying that the Fighting Soul Sacred City is raising demonic creatures. However, this matter shouldn't have any effect on Fighting Soul Sacred City. After all, there's no rule in the Golden Sky region that forbids raising demonic beasts, as long as they can be controlled. One of the Law Lords said, "When will the Law Master return? If he were here, things wouldn't be so bad, right?" Someone asked. The Dharma Master is currently in seclusion in the Golden City. He is currently at a critical juncture, and it is impossible for him to come out of seclusion in advance. Looks like we can only endure it for now. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, this is all because of your son. You must take responsibility for our Commandment Sacred City. One of the lawyers suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Your son is messing around outside, and we have to clean up after him. Now we've all been dragged into this mess." That's right. Thinking about it carefully, it's all Qi Zhao's fault this time. He must take responsibility. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun, we have a good relationship. I didn't want to say these unpleasant words, but this matter has dealt a huge blow to our Commandment Sacred City. Shut up. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun suddenly became angry. You still have the face to say that? When you received my gifts back then, all of you promised that you could handle anything in the 3,000 sacred cities no matter what happened. What about now? Now that you're in trouble, you're blaming me? Are you turning your back on me? The 11 law lords lowered their heads, too embarrassed to speak. Each of them had received a gift from sacred leader Scarlet Sun, and it wasn't just a little bit. If they really wanted to pursue the matter, no one would be able to escape. Father, masters of law, why worry about this matter? This time, it was obvious that Ling Xiao was plotting against them. He just wants to find an excuse to deal with us. Whether it's me or not, it's the same. At this moment, Qi Xiao walked out. Even though such a big thing had happened, he was still very calm. He said coldly, in the end, the spiritual pillar of the entire Battle Soul Sacred City and the Battle Soul Alliance is Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao is destroyed, then they will be in a state of disunity. Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City can still recover their former glory. We just need to endure for a while. Didn't he say that he wanted to kill me in the ranking battle? Then I'll kill him. That's right. Xiao is much stronger than Ling Xiao. Killing Ling Xiao is as easy as flipping his hand. And when the time comes, there will be people from the Golden City coming to watch the battle. Even Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others can't interfere. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun was so angry that he didn't think of this. When the 11 Law Lords heard this, they couldn't help but nod. In the end, the crux of the problem was still Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, everything would be easy. They couldn't kill Ling Xiao now because Ling Xiao was always accompanied by an expert. At most, they could humiliate him in the battle zone. It wouldn't do much. They might as well wait until the ranking battle and kill him in one blow. Qi Xiao is indeed Qi Xiao. He can occupy the top ranking of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. Not only is he strong, but he's also very scheming. The 12 Law Lords thought to themselves. At this moment, the second Law Lord glanced at Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun and said, "In that case, let's let Ling Xiao be arrogant for a while. It's time for me to go cultivate." Recently, there are signs of a breakthrough. As long as we have another Divine Body Realm expert on our side, then Battle Soul Sacred City will be completely finished. After the discussion was settled, everyone dispersed. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun also planned to use this last period of time to consolidate his strength. Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City ceased all activities and began to pretend to be weak. The other 9 of the 10 sacred cities also seemed to be under great pressure. They began to urge their disciples to cultivate diligently. They were all prepared to take the top spot in the ranking battle a few days later. In Sin Sacred City, Sin's Sacred Leader looked at the information sent by his subordinates with a frown. His son had been crippled by Ling Xiao. He was going to take revenge. However, before he could do so, the situation changed. Now, he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Scarlet Sun Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City joined forces and failed to do anything to Battle Soul Sacred City. Instead, they suffered heavy losses and even lost a Law Lord. Since Sacred City was inferior to Scarlet Sun Sacred City, especially him, who was only at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. He didn't have the ability to take revenge for his son. Recently, the people in Sin's Sacred City had become obedient. Battle Soul Sacred City had set new rules. If they went out to cause trouble and kill innocent people, they would be punished if Battle Soul Sacred City found out. This new Battle Soul Sacred City was even more terrifying than Commandment Sacred City. The key was that they were impartial. Chapter 43-73. The Fighting Soul Sacred City wasn't like the Commandment Sacred City, which could be settled with spirit stones or treasures. The Sin Sacred Lord had ordered the martial artists of the Sin Sacred City not to go out and cause trouble. He had no choice but to cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. With them, Ling Xiao's status was even higher. In the past, many martial artists of the 3,000 sacred cities had been bullied by the Sin Sacred City. The Sin Sacred City didn't dare to mess around. This was all thanks to the Fighting Soul Sacred City and Ling Xiao. As a result, the Fighting Soul Alliance expanded again, and more than half of the Sacred City had joined. They had absolute control over the 3,000 sacred cities. Of course, the Fighting Soul Alliance's strength had grown, and no one dared to bully them when they went out. However, they didn't bully others because of this. Everyone knew that the first Sacred Lord, Ling Xiao, was an impartial person. Even if one of his own made a mistake, he would still punish them. He would never be partial to anyone. Father. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in the hall. The Sin's sacred lord was stunned. It was as if he couldn't recognize his son. His son, Black Fong, was dressed in black and surrounded by a dense black aura. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out from the ground. It was terrifying. Even Sin Holy Lord could sense a terrifying evil aura coming from him. Son. He was stunned and wanted to confirm the identity of the person in front of him. Father, don't you recognize me? I'm Black Fong. I just merged with the door of all evil that you gave me. That's why I became so powerful. Black Fong smiled. I see. The Sin's sacred lord heaved a sigh of relief. He was still wondering where the terrifying evil aura from his son came from. So it was because of the door of all evil. My good son, Black Fong, Ling Xiao has completely risen. He has the protection of experts behind him. I'm afraid he'll be difficult to deal with. It's my fault for not being able to avenge you. The Sin's sacred lord sighed. It's okay. With my current strength, even Qi Xiao might not be able to defeat me. Killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. I will give him a surprise during the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. Black Fong sneered. Why don't you take revenge now? Let's go to the divine martial sacred cities battle zone and cripple him. Let's make him lose all his reputation. Sin Holy Lord said, Father, don't you think it would be more interesting to embarrass him on a bigger stage? In any case, there were only 8 days left. Could it be that he could make a breakthrough in such a short period of time? So what if I can break through? Black Fong smiled. My son, you're finally scheming. Sin Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction. This son of his had always been very reckless, but now he actually knew how to scheme. This was really not bad. Perhaps it was because those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. However, what he didn't know was that half of his son's soul had been taken over by the gate of all evil. If she knew, would she still be happy? I don't think so. He might not even be able to remain so calm. Then stay in Sin Holy City for the next few days. Let that Ling Xiao think that you're still a cripple. When it comes to the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities, it will be broadcasted live to the entire 3,000 holy cities. Even the City of Gold will send people to watch the battle. When the time comes, you can humiliate him properly. Let him experience the most terrifying nightmare in the world. Sin Holy Lord gritted his teeth and said excitedly, That's right, Father. Your son wants him to die the most miserable and painful death. Black Fong laughed wildly. These two people were indeed father and son. They had the same temperament. Reporting to Holy Lord, Young Lord, Lu Mingho and Gao Shan of the 10 Holy Sun request an audience. At this time, someone walked in from outside. Oh, the two of them came at the right time. Although I don't want to expose myself, Father, you can give them some benefits. Let them go to the battle zone to teach that Ling Xiao a lesson. It can be considered as paying a price. Black Fong turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Now, he didn't want others to know that he had recovered and was even stronger than before. He wanted to let Ling Xiao remember this surprise for the rest of his life. Lu Mingho and Gao Shan appeared in the main hall. Sin Holy Lord welcomed them warmly. It's rare for the two of you to dare to come to our Sin Holy City. You should know that we're now a thorn in Ling Xiao's side. Sin Holy Lord laughed. Holy Lord, you must be joking. The two of us came here today to ask for something. Lu Mingho went straight to the point and said, Ling Xiao made me lose face in the enemy battle zone, so I have to kill him. Therefore, I hope that Holy Lord can give us the water of sin. Are you sure you want the water of sin? Sin Holy Lord frowned. That thing can indeed greatly increase your battle strength in a short period of time. But don't forget, the water of sin contains evil, vengeful spirits. Once you're entangled by them, you'll lose your mind. You'll become a puppet of the vengeful spirits. This junior knows. But if I don't take revenge, it'll always be a demon in my heart. Lu Mingho said, Good. Since you're so determined, I'll give you the water of sin. Also, Ling Xiao stole your Ice Phoenix sword. I'll give you the Black Ice Sword. It's not inferior to your Ice Phoenix sword at all. It's just that it's made from the fossil of a black ice dragon. It's just a different type. Sin Holy Lord thought of his son Black Fong's words and naturally supported Lu Mingho. Although a divine heavenly king artifact was extremely precious to the sacred city of Sin, it was still a rare treasure. But in order to bring misfortune to Ling Xiao, he was willing to give it away. Thank you, Holy Lord. This junior is overwhelmed by your favor. Lu Mingho knelt down to express his gratitude. Gao Shen frowned. He vaguely felt that this matter wasn't as simple as they thought. He felt like he was being used. Therefore, he didn't ask for the water of sin. He only said that he was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao with his strength. Sin Holy Lord didn't insist. It was enough to have Lu Mingho test Ling Xiao. It was fine if Gao Shen wasn't willing. Let me tell you one more thing. From today onwards, Ling Xiao had entered the divine martial sacred city cultivation area to cultivate. It'll be easier to kill him there. Now, the commandment holy city hates him to death. So, we'll definitely make it easy for you. What you need to do is enter the cultivation area and find him. Sin Holy Lord said, that's easy. If it's a battle zone, it's not easy to kill him. But if it's a cultivation area, it'll be easy. Lu Mingho's eyes were full of hatred. He didn't have much of a grudge against Ling Xiao. It was only because he had lost to Ling Xiao that he harbored hatred in his heart. Holy Lord, we'll take our leave first. I really can't wait. I don't even want to wait for a quarter of an hour. Go. Be careful. If you really can't defeat Ling Xiao, just give up. There's no need to fight too hard. Although he said that, he still wanted to provoke Lu Mingho, as if Lu Mingho couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. Chapter 4374. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to come to the cultivation area was to hone his cosmic light divine fist and void-shattering finger. Although the sacred art could be learned in an instant, however, using it in battle required a lot of skill. He had to practice repeatedly to be able to control it freely and completely. To truly master these two sacred arts, just like the bloodthirsty plague, he could release it whenever he wanted. And it wouldn't drop the chain at a critical moment. Now that the Fighting Soul Sacred City had Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Zhao Fengyun, and Azure Lotus Swordswoman, nothing would happen. And since the Scarlet Sun Sacred City and the Commandment Sacred City had become turtles, he naturally couldn't continue hunting. It would be difficult to rush into the city to kill people. Besides, the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities was about to begin, so he had to think about his own matters. He couldn't waste all his time on that matter. It was too boring. In fact, it wasn't just the cosmic light divine fist and void-shattering finger. His heaven-covering palm seal had yet to reach the perfection stage. The dragon subduing 23 swords was still at the great accomplishment stage. All of these required constant killing and fighting to progress. The cultivation area had an endless supply of demon beasts and puppets. The system here could even simulate real battles. This was simply too good. For him, this was the best place to cultivate. Originally, cultivating here would consume a lot of battle merits. But now, the divine martial sacred city was no longer under the control of the commandment sacred city. Instead, it was his fighting soul sacred city that had the final say. He could be businesslike in other matters. But of course, his own resources would be tilted towards the Fighting Soul Alliance, especially the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. As for him, he could come in and cultivate as he pleased. He didn't care about the battle merits at all. He could stay as long as he wanted. There was one more thing he had to say. The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower and the Commandment Knight had both fled. They were afraid that they would be killed by Ling Xiao. So now, the one in charge of the divine martial sacred city was the Azure Lotus Swordswoman. This place was tantamount to becoming their private territory. It was because of this that the Fighting Soul Sacred City, and even the entire Fighting Soul Alliance's martial artists, had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Why? In the past, they couldn't cook without rice. Although they had aptitude and perseverance, they didn't have a good cultivation technique. Nor did they have enough battle merits to enter the cultivation area. Things were different now. Ling Xiao opened the exchange tower to the greatest extent. As long as one is a disciple of the Battle Alliance, one can enter to cultivate. No matter how strong you are, you can enter. Of course, there were still some rules. For example, Secret manuals of cultivation methods could not be taken out. They could only be cultivated and memorized inside. In addition, in order to prevent the disciples from being greedy, they were still required to use battle merit points to exchange for them. However, the meaning of merit points had changed. He had to complete the mission given by the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Winning in the war zone would no longer give him any battle merit points. It was only used as a place to learn from each other. Many things were quietly changing. The 3,000 sacred cities slowly fell under Ling Xiao's control. Of course, Ling Xiao said that he would be loyal to the Golden City. After all, he was the boss. Let's get back to the main topic. There was a powerful array formation in the cultivation area that could shield a martial artist's divine sense. Therefore, if one cultivated here, their privacy would be protected to the greatest extent. This was not a problem at all. Ling Xiao sat in a quiet place and meditated for a long time. He went through the methods of using the cosmic divine fist and void-shattering finger, as well as the method of circulating his true yuan over and over again in his mind. After an hour, he finally stood up. He came to the combat room in the cultivation area. The combat room here was different from the war zone. Firstly, it would not be made public. Secondly, it was allowed to kill people here. The other things were pretty much the same. Ling Xiao wanted to perfect what he was thinking through the combat room. It was meaningless to just talk about it without doing anything. It was also meaningless to just think about it without doing anything. Everything had to be done in order to know. This time, Ling Xiao chose a peak Heavenly Core warrior as his opponent. Although he could choose an opponent at the Extreme Core realm, this was a training ground. However, this was for the sake of tempering one's martial skills. If the opponent was too strong, it might affect one's performance. Greetings, Great Saint Lord. The next opponent was the new Saint Lord of White Thunder Sacred City. He was also from the Battle Alliance. Ling Xiao nodded his head. In front of these Saint Lords, he had to maintain his dignity. Ever since the Saint Lord of White Thunder Sacred City had ascended to the throne, he had met Ling Xiao a few times. He also admired Ling Xiao a lot. But when it came to fighting, he had never done so. In fact, he was curious as well. How strong was Ling Xiao? Was he as strong as him? Make your move, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Excuse me, Great Saint Lord. Saint Lord Bai Lei cupped his fist, then he initiated the attack. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword. He didn't transform either. He was cultivating the cosmic divine fist and void-shattering finger. Therefore, this was the best way. Boom! He threw out a punch, and a terrifying fist wind exploded out, pushing Saint Lord Bai Lei a few steps back. It looked like an ordinary punch, but it contained a destructive force that surpassed a high-grade 9th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill. And this was when he wasn't familiar with it. Moreover, this was a divine power. It would become stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. Saint Lord Bai Lei was stunned when he saw Ling Xiao. He was filled with excitement. The great Saint Lord was so young, but he was so powerful. But why couldn't he see the joy on the great Saint Lord's face? Ling Xiao was indeed unhappy. That was because the cosmic divine fist was powerful, but it didn't have the special effect of the cosmic divine fist. According to the results of his meditation, this punch could change the law of time in the surroundings. It could make the opponent's movements faster or slower by 3 seconds. But obviously, it didn't happen just now. How could Ling Xiao be happy? Again. Because he didn't succeed in using the cosmic divine fist, there was no cooldown. Ling Xiao planned to master the cosmic divine fist first. There was still a long way to go before he could use it. Indeed, he had been too naive before. The two of them started fighting again. Ling Xiao only used one move, which was the cosmic divine fist. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Ling Xiao felt that he had vaguely grasped that thing, but he didn't succeed. Great Saint Lord, you are a monster. I'm tired. I can't take it anymore. I need to rest. Saint Lord Bai Lei smiled bitterly. The two of them fought for hundreds of rounds. Saint Lord Bai Lei had to use all his strength to block Ling Xiao's attacks. So, he was really tired. This is the last time. Ling Xiao grasped a special feeling and didn't want to let Saint Lord Bai Lei go. Okay. Saint Lord Bai Lei gritted his teeth. He took a pill from Ling Xiao and swallowed it. His true essence and stamina recovered a little. So, he pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao stood there and watched Saint Lord Bai Lei attack. Saint Lord Bai Lei was using the martial technique of White Thunder Sacred City, Thunderbird Fist. This martial technique was extremely fast. It could reach the enemy in an instant. Chapter 4375. Saint Lord Bai Lei unleashed his Thunderbird Fist and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Of course, Ling Xiao was still unleashing his cosmic divine fist. He was chanting in his mind to make his opponent's fist slow down. Slow it down again. Even stop it. Right at this moment, a strange blue light appeared on his fist. The light was unleashed. In an instant, Sacred Lord Bai Lei stopped. Everything around him stopped. It was as if time had stopped. That strange feeling made him feel a little out of sorts. But Ling Xiao was sure that this was the effect of the cosmic divine fist. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. But 3 seconds was more than enough for Ling Xiao to do a lot of things. The fist landed on Saint Lord Bai Lei's body. Of course, he was merciful. In the next moment, the 3 seconds passed. Saint Lord Bai Lei looked at the wound on his body in shock. He couldn't believe it. What happened when I fell to the ground? Great Saint Lord, you didn't do anything. In Saint Lord Bai Lei's eyes, Ling Xiao had only clenched his fist and didn't attack. But he had been sent flying. Looking at the wound, he knew he had been hit by a punch. He couldn't understand it at all. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't say anything. That feeling just now was very strange, and he was worried that it would disappear. He hurriedly bid farewell to Sacred Lord Bai Lei and returned to the place he had chosen to cultivate. He was trying his best to capture that strange feeling, although it was just a coincidence. But he believed that a coincidence could turn into a certainty. That punch just now was too powerful. His opponent couldn't even react to it. 3 seconds was a short time, but it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. He pondered for an hour in the cultivation room. Ling Xiao once again began his journey of challenging opponents. If the opponent he chose was only a heavenly core warrior, he would be able to defeat them easily. This time, he wasn't trying to increase his cultivation base, he was trying to comprehend his abilities. Battles after battles, training after training. The feeling was getting stronger. In the course of the battle, Ling Xiao succeeded twice. But it was still too little, and the success rate was too low. He couldn't use it in a battle. After all, if something unexpected happened in a battle, they would lose control. Ling Xiao liked to control the battle in his own hands. In order to compare the differences between warriors, demonic beasts, and puppets, Ling Xiao even went out of his way to look for demonic beasts and puppets to battle. Hopefully, he could find something from it. As the number of battles continued to increase, Ling Xiao finally got a feel for the cosmic light god fist. The success rate of the release was also increasing. From 1 out of 100 successful punches to 1 out of 50, it was a huge improvement. However, to Ling Xiao, there was no difference between 1% and 50%. What he wanted was a 100% success rate. He wanted to be able to control it at will. Therefore, the crazy battle continued. He was like a warrior who didn't know what fatigue was. He was ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. Time was something that belonged to God. The difficulty of using the cosmic light god fist was within his expectations. However, it was fine as long as there was progress. He believed that the void-shattering finger should be simpler. The void-shattering finger used the law of space. A simple spatial transformation shouldn't be that difficult. But the high-ranked void-shattering finger shouldn't be any simpler than the cosmic light god fist. Imagine, once the void-shattering finger could travel through space, how terrifying would that be? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't dare think about that right now. As long as he could travel within a 3-meter radius, that would be enough. Once he finished cultivating the cosmic light god fist, he would start cultivating the void-shattering finger. With these 2 divine skills combined with the 12 divine beasts skill, at least in the divine core realm, no one could be better than him in terms of martial skills. As for the divine physique realm, he didn't know. After all, that was an unknown realm. Although Ling Xiao had arrived at that realm with the help of the heavenly devil epiphyllum, the time was too short, and he could only understand some of the laws in that realm. But he was still far from truly understanding that realm. Ling Xiao, I finally found you. Just as Ling Xiao was crazily training the cosmic light god fist, a voice suddenly sounded out. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked. It was Lu Mingho. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. The only time he met this man was when he was defeated by him in the combat zone. But, looking at this guy's crazy eyes, it was obvious that he hated Lu Mingho to the core. This made Lu Mingho confused. Lu Mingho stared at Ling Xiao, who was far away from him. His mind was filled with madness and excitement. After obtaining the water of evil, he came to the cultivation area. 2 days had passed, and he was a man who didn't care about his own heart. He had finally found Ling Xiao. Finally, he could kill his enemy with his own hands. I don't think there's such a big grudge between us. Do you really want to kill me that badly? Ling Xiao was speechless. He had only defeated this guy once in the combat zone. If everyone who lost wanted to take revenge, then the combat zone might as well close down. No, Ling Xiao, you've trampled on my dignity. I'm ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun, but ever since I lost to you, my life has been a tragedy. When I returned to the Saint City, I was laughed at. Those women who used to chase after me all left me. Even my father ignores me. It's all because of you. All because of you. Lu Mingho roared hysterically. Are you crazy? Ling Xiao was speechless. How could this kind of thing be blamed on him? Was there still any F***king reason left? But, since you want to kill me, then don't blame me for being rude. It just so happens that I need someone to practice my new skill. The other opponents are too weak to activate the real effect of this special skill. But you're not bad. Ling Xiao had never been a soft-hearted person, since the other party had chased him all the way here to kill him. Then, there was no reason for him to hesitate. In the cultivation area, killing people was a common occurrence. So what if he killed him? It was the other party who came to find trouble with him, not the other way around. Ha 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 ha. Kill me? Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, do you think you can still do it now? Lu Mingho laughed maniacally and drank the water of sin. After drinking the water of evil, Lu Mingho's aura became extremely evil and powerful. Terrifying auras were unleashed from his body. Lu Mingho, who was only at the early stage of the extreme core realm now, unleashed the aura of the late core realm. This kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. Ling Xiao was now at the mid-heavenly core realm, and his body had reached the 9th Order Emperor realm. With his beast soul transformation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight a mid-core realm warrior. But, in order to defeat a late core realm warrior, he would have to use his martial soul of Tyrant. In this realm, the higher the level, the bigger the gap between the two. Even if there was only a small difference in the extreme core realm, the difference in strength would be like the difference between heaven and earth. Even within the same realm, there could be a huge difference in strength. Therefore, don't think that the difference between the mid and late core realm is the same. Chapter 4376. In fact, most warriors couldn't make up for the gap of one realm. Of course, there were always some exceptions in this world. Ling Xiao was one of them. There's no Ancestor Scarlet Flame, no Green Lotus Swordswoman, no Zhao Fengyun, and no Great Devil King. What do you have to fight me? Lu Mingho sneered. In his opinion, the reason why Ling Xiao dared to offend Commandment Sacred City, Scarlet Sun Sacred City, and Sin Sacred City, it was because of the backing behind him, and Ling Xiao himself wasn't much. Ling Xiao smiled. Indeed, Lu Mingho, who swallowed the water of sin, brought him great pressure. However, this pressure made him extremely excited. Only with pressure would there be motivation. This would not only allow him to continue perfecting his cosmic light fist, it would also allow him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. There were only a few days left until the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. At that time, he had to defeat Qi Xiao. If he couldn't even kill Lu Mingho now, then don't even think about it. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? Do it, if you can kill me. Ling Xiao instantly entered the Hell Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation. The reason why he chose the Hell Undying Bird was because the Cosmic Light Fist was a magical ability produced by the Undying Bird Beast Soul. Perhaps under the Hell Undying Bird Beast Soul transformation, it would be easier to comprehend the mystery. Lu Mingho, you're really my lucky star. You came at the right time. If you're afraid, just show it. Why do you have to be so hard on yourself? Look at you. You actually entered the beast soul transformation state from the beginning. Isn't it because you're afraid of me? The moment Lu Mingho saw Ling Xiao's transformation, he laughed even more crazily. When you were flaunting your power in the 3,000 sacred cities, you probably didn't expect this day to come. King retard. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. This person was crazy. But before he died, he could help him successfully cultivate the cosmic light fist. Perhaps it was not bad. It could be considered the last light of his life. And he was very curious. Lu Mingho had lost the Ice Phoenix sword and python rope. What other means could he have to deal with him? After all, Lu Mingho was a ruthless person. Since he had decided to kill him, he definitely wouldn't do it casually. He must have a complete set of tricks up his sleeve. As expected, Lu Mingho sneered and took out a sword. The Black Ice Sword was actually a bit higher in grade than the Ice Phoenix sword. It was decorated with the inscriptions of the Holy City of Sin. So that's how it is. You've become a dog of the Holy City of Sin. Ling Xiao instantly understood. Sin Holy Lord probably wanted to avenge his son, but he didn't dare to do it himself because of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Therefore, he tricked Lu Mingho into killing him. He even gave Lu Mingho the Black Ice Sword and the Water of Sin. It seemed like the Holy City of Sin was going to be blacklisted. It became one of the holy cities that had to be destroyed. Of course, that was all for later. What he had to do today was to kill that idiot Lu Mingho first. Although this idiot was tricked by someone, he must have developed a strong killing intent towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have consumed something like the Water of Sin just to kill him. Hee, no matter what you say now, I won't be angry. Because today, you have to die. As he spoke, Lu Mingho's aura became stronger. A black ice mountain appeared behind him. After consuming the Water of Sin, this guy's martial soul had changed. Although it was still cold and sinister, but this black ice mountain made people feel uncomfortable. My evolved martial soul doesn't look too bad, right? But don't be afraid. Something even more terrifying is about to happen. Lu Mingho looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister expression. He looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. Ling Xiao was speechless. Why did this guy have such a huge grudge against him? It didn't make sense. Black ice cones appeared around Lu Mingho's body. These ice cones were densely intertwined. It looked like a tent made of ice cones. But this tent gave off an extremely dangerous aura, and it seemed to have a terrifying defensive power. Lu Mingho held the Black Ice Sword and controlled everything. Ling Xiao frowned. Lu Mingho, this bastard, had really become a lot stronger. Perhaps even in the late stage of the extreme core realm, he was considered very strong. See, this is the new me. You took away my Ice Phoenix sword and python rope. Do you think I will be dispirited? No, I won't be like that. Not only will I not be dispirited, but I will also become stronger. As Lu Mingho's aura increased, he also became crazier. Ling Xiao noticed that one of his eyes had turned black. Not only the pupil, but even the white of his eye had turned black. This was clearly because he was affected by the Water of Sin. You're really strong. Ling Xiao smiled. Lu Mingho's strength was naturally not a bluff. But would he be afraid? Besides, if the opponent wasn't strong, it wouldn't arouse his interest. When had he, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of the strong? He had even killed a divine body realm martial artist, although he relied on the power of the demonic epiphyllum at that time. But of course, he was more pretentious. It was impossible for martial artists below the divine physique echelon realm to make him afraid. Kill. Lu Mingho suddenly snorted. Countless black icicles shot toward Ling Xiao. They were densely packed and emitted a strange and cold aura. The air around the icicles seemed to have frozen. Ling Xiao didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he blasted out the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Unfortunately, this punch didn't release the special effect of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. However, the terrifying power still shattered the countless icicles. At the same time, Ling Xiao rushed over. He heavily punched the strange cloak formed by the icicles. Bam! The violent power spread out. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because this punch didn't cause any damage to Lu Mingho. Lu Mingho took the opportunity to stab with his sword, leaving a scar on Ling Xiao's face. These icicles weren't that hard when they attacked, but once they formed a cloak defense, my cosmic light divine fist actually couldn't shatter them. One had to know that even without special effects, the power of the cosmic light divine fist was still at the high-level 9th level of the Emperor level. It actually couldn't shatter this iceberg cloak. It seemed that this thing's defensive power had probably surpassed Ling Xiao's physical body. It had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Emperor level. He touched the blood stains on his cheeks. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. As expected of the person who swallowed the water of sin, it seems that I have indeed underestimated you. As he spoke, he suddenly took out the heavenly victory sword. Then, he continuously stabbed the sword in his hand 23 times. These 23 stabs were completed almost instantly. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. 23 streaks of dragon-subduing sword chi pierced through the air. They continuously bombarded Lu Mingho's iceberg cloak. Especially the last streak of sword chi. Its power was even more terrifying than the previous 22 streaks combined. Chapter 4377. Ha ha ha, it's useless. It's useless, Ling Xiao. Your attack can't break through my defense. Lu Mingho laughed wildly and became more and more confident. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. When he was about to react, a huge fist had already blasted out from the gap of the iceberg cloak. It landed heavily on his head. At that moment, he felt dizzy. His whole person seemed to be in a daze. Boom. Lu Mingho's body hit the wall hard. Ling Xiao had never relied on the strength of martial arts, but rich combat experience. Brilliant combat skills. Although the iceberg cloak's defense was extremely strong, Lu Mingho couldn't completely hide in it in order to attack. Once there was a gap, he could seize the opportunity. The 23 dragon-subduing swords was just Ling Xiao's cover. He knew that it couldn't break the iceberg cloak. The real attack was the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Light Divine Fist still didn't release the special effect. However, the power was good, and it directly blasted Lu Mingho away. Lu Mingho's head was twisted out of shape. Because he underestimated the enemy, Lu Mingho learned a lesson this time. F***CKU. Ling Xiao, how dare you hurt me? Lu Mingho rose into the air. His twisted head was restored to its original appearance. However, the vital essence consumed in this process was absolutely irreversible. Lu Mingho's expression became more ferocious. He came here full of confidence, thinking that he could easily crush and kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would put him in his place at the beginning. He only left a small scar on Ling Xiao's face. However, Ling Xiao almost smashed his head. Fortunately, this wasn't a war zone. Otherwise, he would have really thrown his face to the ground. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just when Lu Mingho was roaring, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. What a joke. Since he had already gained the advantage, how could Ling Xiao give up? While Lu Mingho was recuperating, Ling Xiao had already prepared his next attack. Because he knew very well that it was utterly impossible for a single cosmic god fist to defeat Lu Mingho. At the very least, Lu Mingho had swallowed the water of sin. He must be killed while he is sick. Heaven-covering palm print. A terrifying giant hand fell from the sky. He directly pressed down Lu Mingho, who was roaring. Rumble. A terrifying explosion could be heard. This time, Lu Mingho's entire body was almost twisted from the impact. Lu Mingho felt so aggrieved. He was here for revenge and to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. But why was he the one being beaten now? Relying on the defense of the iceberg cloak, the damage caused by the heaven-covering palm was limited. But it was too embarrassing. Previously, he blamed Ling Xiao for causing him to lose his former glory and dignity. Actually, who could be blamed for this? It was all his fault. After Lu Mingho became the 9th holy son, he had been so smug. In his own holy city, he was so arrogant. He didn't care about anyone. He even dared to talk back to his father. It was quite impressive to be hated by his own people. Just like that, When he was defeated by Ling Xiao, those people naturally added insult to injury. Who was to blame? Of course, it was Lu Mingho's own fault. But this guy didn't know the severity of the matter and actually pushed all the blame to Ling Xiao. Are you still dreaming? Blood sky drilling rat, flying flame lion, nine heavens ice dragon, shining holy light tiger, one-eyed thunderstorm bull. Just as Lu Mingho was in a daze and thinking nonsense, Ling Xiao's attack came again. This time, it was the 5th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Because Ling Xiao realized that the Cosmic Light God Fist alone wouldn't be able to kill Lu Mingho, unless the Cosmic God Fist could produce a special effect. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't work. In Ling Xiao's hand, it had changed from the Heavenly Victory Sword to the Heavenly Victory Sword. The Heavenly Victory Sword and the Demonic Victory Sword fused together. It formed this terrifying attack. It carried a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It carried the terrifying power of 5 beast souls. A sharp beam of sword light fell. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Mingho. Are you going to die? Or am I going to die? Lu Mingho, you really disappoint me. You have such powerful strength, but you can't even use it. Ridiculous. Ling Xiao's voice entered Lu Mingho's ears. Lu Mingho was so angry that he vomited blood. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think. Ling Xiao's attacks came one after another, and it was simply too much for the eyes to take. In a hurry, Lu Mingho hurriedly circulated his true essence and activated the Ice Mountain Cloak to defend. But a hurried defense was definitely not as effective as a full-strength defense. Lu Mingho had seen Ling Xiao use the 12 Divine Beasts technique before, but 5 beast souls were released at the same time. This time, it was really not a lot. The terrifying attack directly hit the Ice Mountain Cloak. Crack! A shattering sound was heard. Lu Mingho was almost scared out of his wits. But this guy still had some skill. In such a critical situation, he still thought of a countermeasure. He stabbed out with the Black Ice Sword in his hand. Black Ice Dragon, roar! The Black Ice Sword had a special effect of fusing with the power of his Black Ice Mountain martial soul. A black divine dragon broke through the sky. This black dragon was condensed from black ice and looked extremely ferocious. The surrounding beasts were so scared that they all fled. The air in the entire space was instantly condensed. Ice shards also appeared on the ground. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not the slightest surprise. All of Lu Mingho's attacks were within his expectations. The Ice Mountain Cloak shattered. The Black Dragon and the 12 Divine Beasts technique collided. Ha ha ha, go to hell, Ling Xiao. Seeing that the Black Dragon was not defeated, Lu Mingho shouted excitedly. This was the most crucial attack to turn the situation around. Absolutely nothing must go wrong. Idiot. Crack. The Black Dragon shattered with a sound. Although it lasted for a moment, it was still not as powerful as Ling Xiao's 12 Divine Beasts technique. How could a martial skill that was released in a hurry compare to an attack that Ling Xiao had painstakingly condensed? What a pity! After tearing the Black Dragon apart, the sword light of the 12 Divine Beasts technique pierced through Lu Mingho's body. But Ling Xiao knew that this power had been weakened a lot and could not kill Lu Mingho in one blow. He sighed softly and prepared to attack again. However, he suddenly discovered something strange. Lu Mingho originally only had one eye with black-white, but now, both of his eyes had turned black. Ling Xiao subconsciously retreated, but he still could not avoid it. The Black Ice Sword seemed to have grown eyes and directly cut off his right arm. Hee hee, you ran pretty fast, huh? Lu Mingho stood up and revealed a sinister smile. But at this time, was this person still Lu Mingho? Was he not a puppet controlled by the water of sin? Ling Xiao gently shook his head. What a pity. He looked at his broken arm. Ling Xiao walked over and picked it up. Lu Mingho did not attack, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Ling Xiao's previous attack had caused great damage to his body, and he was still recovering. Chapter 43-78. Both of them didn't attack. They were both healing their wounds. Lu Mingho's body was pierced through, and if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous consumption of his true yuan, and his physical strength would continue to decline. Ling Xiao was the same. although the consumption of true yuan wasn't a big deal to him. But he couldn't bear to let his broken arm continue to bleed. Therefore, both of them stopped attacking and focused on healing their wounds. They didn't want to be at a disadvantage in the upcoming battle. Of course, although both of them were injured, Lu Mingho's injuries were obviously more serious. He had suffered a great loss this time. He was put in a difficult position by Ling Xiao's storm-like attacks. Although his body was healing, it had consumed a huge amount of true yuan. His total true yuan was weaker than Ling Xiao's, and now, he had consumed so much of it. It would be bad for the upcoming battle. Perhaps it was because of this that he chose to submit to the vengeful spirit of the water of sin. His eyes turned black. He looked as scary as a ghost from the underworld. Even his skin had started to turn black. According to the records about the evil water, once the user's body turned completely black, it meant that he would lose his mind. He would lose his original self and become a puppet of the evil water. After an hour, he would die. Lu Mingho's hatred for Ling Xiao was really terrifying. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he had gone to such lengths. This was really scary. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you have to die, you have to die, you have to die. Looking at Lu Mingho slowly losing himself, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. What a pitiful guy. But a pitiful guy must have something to hate. Jiang Chun didn't plan to show any mercy. Besides, half of Lu Mingho's body had been controlled by the evil water. Even if Jiang Chun showed mercy, Lu Mingho wouldn't let him go. Lu Mingho had become a vessel of hatred and resentment. His arm had recovered. To be honest, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used an ordinary method to heal his body. In the past, he had used life rewind or rising from the ashes to heal his body. Although this method was a bit strange, it felt pretty good. Being able to restore his body with just a little bit of his true yuan. Perhaps this was the advantage of a divine core warrior. No wonder people said that the divine core realm was a huge hurdle, and once one crossed it, it would be great. Is it worth it? Ling Xiao sighed. Of course it's worth it. In order to kill you, I can give up everything. Lu Mingho's face became even more ferocious, and his aura became even more powerful. Clearly, the more the water of sin controlled him, the more powerful he would become. Furthermore, with your personality, would you let me go even if I were to give up on the water of sin? Lu Mingho said. Of course not. Ling Xiao smiled. Since that's the case, I'll kill you even if I have to turn into a demon. Lu Mingho wasn't too stupid. He knew that by attacking Ling Xiao this time, he would definitely offend Ling Xiao. Therefore, if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would have to die. Since he was going to die anyway, what was the point of becoming a monster? He didn't care. This aura is too powerful. It's almost at the perfect extreme core realm. If he completely turns into a demon, his combat strength shouldn't be any weaker than Kill the Wolf, right? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Kill the Wolf was now at the perfect extreme core realm. But his combat strength was no weaker than an ordinary first-stage core shattering warrior. If Lu Mingho really reached that level, Ling Xiao would have a headache. Black smoke surrounded Lu Mingho, and it almost completely covered him. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Instead, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile. This guy was a madman. If the enemy was too weak, he wouldn't be able to stimulate him to break through. Therefore, he would rather his enemy become stronger. Right now, his cultivation was at the mid-heavenly core realm, and the energy in his cultivation ocean had just increased by 10%. But, during the fight with Lu Mingho, the energy in his cultivation ocean was increasing at an incredible speed. If his opponent could become stronger then, his combat strength would become stronger as well. Not only his cultivation, even his body was getting stronger. The heart of the heavenly devil could strengthen his body to the peak of the Ninth Order Emperor realm. Just now, when his arm was cut off, a huge amount of energy from the heart of the heavenly devil had entered his body. He could feel that his body had been greatly strengthened. If that was the case, as long as he continued fighting with Lu Mingho, he would be able to evolve again. But, as he got used to Lu Mingho's strength, the improvement would become smaller and smaller. That was why he wanted Lu Mingho to become stronger. Now, Lu Mingho had started turning into a demon. His body and soul had been taken over by the evil water. His combat strength was getting stronger and stronger, and this was exactly what he wanted. Ha 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 ha, this feels so good, so good. He could feel the energy seeping into his body from the evil water. Lu Mingho started laughing crazily. This guy had really gone mad, completely mad. His strength had increased, but every time his strength increased, he would lose some control over his body and soul. But, to be honest, this feeling was really stressful. Watching Lu Mingho's body slowly turning black and finally merging into the evil water. He had turned into something like a sludge monster. It was really frightening. But this was not a sludge monster. This guy's aura had already reached the level of Dan Realm perfection. It had even surpassed Kill the Wolf. If he participated in the 3,000 Holy Cities ranking battle in this state, then Lu Mingho would definitely get an excellent ranking. It was a pity that this guy had already lost his personality. He only retained his hatred for Ling Xiao and the determination to kill Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao, die. The voice that seemed to come from the abyss was cold and bone-piercing. Lu Mingho finally launched another attack. Such an attack almost caught Ling Xiao off guard. The attack came from the ground, and the black sharp blade pierced straight at him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye and was constantly monitoring his surroundings, so he was able to avoid this attack. Otherwise, he would have been injured again. This time, Lu Mingho's attack was faster, stronger, and more hidden than before. He felt that the power had increased by at least 10 times, and the speed had also doubled. The enhancement effect of the Water of Sin was really shocking. But the most difficult thing to deal with was the attack that was impossible to guard against. All of Lu Mingho's attacks seemed to be able to instantly turn into shadows and hide in the darkness. It could come from the ground, the wall, the sky, or any other place. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, it was basically hopeless. It was no wonder that Lu Mingho believed that he could kill Ling Xiao after swallowing the evil water. His confidence was probably based on the fact that he had seen someone do it before. Despair. Ling Xiao. Suffer. Ling Xiao. You think I'm neither human nor ghost, but I can make you die in fear and pain. With that bit of remnant soul, that bit of anger, that bit of hatred, Lu Mingho's voice could still be heard. This was probably the last thing he could do. Chapter 4379. Lu Mingho still maintained a bit of remnant soul and consciousness. If he couldn't keep these, even if he killed Ling Xiao, he wouldn't know. How boring would that be? He kept attacking, and Ling Xiao could only keep dodging. He relied on his movement technique and speed to avoid facing Lu Mingho head-on. It seemed to be very passive, but Ling Xiao had been looking for an opportunity to kill his opponent in one blow. Fortunately, he had excellent speed. With the help of Tai Chi Eye, coupled with his powerful soul force, he could even predict where the opponent's attack would come from in advance. At this moment, he could feel the potential in his body crazily outputting. Because he had to dodge the opponent's attack, the pressure was great. In order to protect Ling Xiao, the potential had to keep outputting. The energy in his cultivation C had already increased to 20%, and it was still increasing. At the same time, the heart of the heavenly demon was also constantly fusing and disintegrating, merging with Ling Xiao's body. The strength of the opponent could cause such an effect. It wasn't necessary for Ling Xiao to be injured. Of course, this was thanks to the existence of the Heart of Gold. Damn, hiding here and there like a mouse, damn it. Lu Mingho went crazy. At that moment, the entire space suddenly turned into pitch-black sharp blades. Densely packed, they pierced towards Ling Xiao from every angle. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge. Chi. A total of 3 attacks directly hit Ling Xiao. They pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, it was this opportunity. Ling Xiao caught it. The shadow of the falling plum appeared behind Lu Mingho's body. A sword light flashed, and Lu Mingho's head was directly cut off. Then another sword light flashed, and Lu Mingho's inner core shattered. No. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that there was only one inner core reaction in Lu Mingho's body. But at this time, there were more than 10 inner core reactions. This guy. Not only that, the head that was originally cut off grew back. and it even destroyed the shadow of the falling plum on the spot. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Good Lord, was this the magic of the water of sin? It was indeed terrifying. Kakik, from the moment my body turned into the water of sin, I had an immortal body. Unlike the immortal body of a divine core warrior, my body can instantly recover, and it won't consume any true essence. Have you lost all hope? Lu Mingho sneered and launched another attack. Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. It seemed like he had to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. With his current cultivation, it was still too strenuous for him to deal with a martial artist at the extreme core realm. Not only that, Lu Mingho's Water of Sin avatar was also very difficult to deal with. The position of the Nidan seemed to be able to change at will within the body. In order to truly kill him, he had to determine this location. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Boom. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao released his tyrannical martial spirit. Everything around him disappeared completely and turned into the appearance of Universe Tyrant. In the pitch-black world, only the stars in the distance shone faintly. Lu Mingho looked at all of this in shock. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. After releasing his martial spirit, it was obvious that Lu Mingho's combat strength was on par with his. But, so what? You're still no match for me. Lu Mingho continued attacking. Ling Xiao was still dodging. Although Lu Mingho was arrogant, he was right about one thing. If he couldn't find the location of Lu Mingho's Nidan, even if his combat strength was on par with his opponent, there was no way he could win. Strange runes were flickering within the Tai Chi eye. A crazy analysis was going on. While dodging, Ling Xiao was looking for a chance to counterattack. But, no matter how many times he attacked, his opponent could instantly recover. In the end, he gave up on attacking. He put away the sword in his hand. Then, he looked at his fist. Perhaps, this was his last hope. Once the Tai Chi eye found the location of his opponent's Nidan, only the cosmic divine fist could instantly shatter it. Or else, if it were any other attack, Lu Mingho's Nidan would instantly move to another location. It would make the analysis of the Tai Chi eye go to waste. However, the cosmic divine fist still failed to achieve the effect he wanted. The attack power fluctuated between high and low, and there was no special effect that affected time. If this attack didn't achieve the expected effect, it would be troublesome. This was a gamble. Or should he really comprehend the profound meaning of the cosmic divine fist in this dangerous situation? Die, Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Lu Mingho's voice sounded again. Ling Xiao felt an intense pain in his body. Then, sharp thorns pierced out of his body. They pierced through his internal organs. They even pierced through his Nidan. What? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He clearly didn't see the other party's attack. Even the Tai Chi eye didn't capture such a terrifying attack. But now, he was seriously injured? Why? Even under such circumstances, Ling Xiao remained absolutely calm. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death. The key was that he had two special skills, life backtrack and rising from the ashes. He wasn't afraid of dying once, and he wasn't afraid of dying twice. But the key thing now was to figure out what kind of attack the other party had to suddenly injure him. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, I have to admire you. You actually didn't die. Your Nidan has been pierced. Lu Mingho laughed maniacally. Looking at Ling Xiao, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't stand up, he was extremely excited. But he didn't immediately finish him off. It was said that villains died from talking too much. But the problem was that if Lu Mingho didn't say what he wanted to say, he would suffocate to death. Why did he kill Ling Xiao? Wasn't it just to vent his anger? Ling Xiao, when you defeated me in the battle zone and took away my Ice Phoenix sword and python rope, you probably didn't expect to end up like this, right? That's right. I've become a monster. But at least the monster is still alive. But what about you? You will completely die here and bid farewell to this world. Do you feel wronged? That's right. Who asked you to offend a vengeful person like me? Don't you feel hopeless? Despair is the right thing to do. I love to see my opponent's expression of despair. Lu Mingho was rambling on, but Ling Xiao wasn't listening at this time. He, who was on the verge of death, used life backtrack. But the moment he used life backtrack, he seemed to see the flow of time. He saw the laws of time. Under the Taiji eye, his face was filled with surprise. In the end, the cosmic light divine fist and life backtrack were both things that affected time. They needed to change the laws of time. Under such circumstances, Ling Zhao's long confusion seemed to be completely solved. The complicated incantations in the Taiji eye kept flickering, and the originally foggy front suddenly became bright. So that's how it is. This is the profound meaning of time, right? I understand. A smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. His originally seriously injured body suddenly stood up from the ground. But he didn't launch a sneak attack. Instead, he looked at Lu Mingho's ferocious and surprised expression. Chapter 4380. Ling Zhao didn't launch a sneak attack right away, as it would be useless anyway. Next, he was going to use the cosmic divine fist to end the fight. How is this possible? Lu Mingho quickly backed off. Although he knew Jiang Chen couldn't hurt him, he still backed off instinctively. He stared at Ling Zhao with fear. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why is it impossible? You have an immortal body. Why can't I? Ling Zhao laughed and said, besides, it seems like my immortal body is better than yours. Not only can I recover, my combat strength has also been restored to its peak. Impossible. Impossible. You're just a heavenly core warrior. How can you have such a miraculous secret skill? This is impossible. Lu Mingho shook his head. He was crazy and confused. Once again, he launched the same attack that seriously injured Ling Zhao. He wanted to test if Ling Zhao really had an immortal body. But this time, his attack didn't have any effect. Why? Lu Mingho was shocked once again. Your attack just now was miraculous, but it's nothing special if I can see through it. It's just the water of evil turning into water vapor and entering my body. Then, it will destroy me from the inside. I didn't know you had your way before. But, do you think I can use the same trick twice? Ling Zhao sneered. As long as I don't let the water vapor enter my body, everything will be fine. Good, good. No wonder I feel like your eyes are a little strange. Maybe your eyes can see things that others can't. Lu Mingho wasn't stupid. He could sense that there was something wrong with Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eyes. But even if he could sense it now, it was meaningless. Fine. I'm afraid these attacks won't be able to kill you. But for the next attack, even if you have such a miraculous eye skill, even if you can see through it, it's useless. I'm not afraid to tell you this. I once cultivated a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Too bad. My cultivation base wasn't high enough, so I couldn't use it. But it's different now. With the help of the Water of Evil, not only can I use a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, but I can also use a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. I can also use a 10th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. Let's see how you block it. Relying on his father's power, Lu Mingho had once secretly cultivated a 10th level Emperor class martial skill. Not only did he fail, he even injured himself and was bedridden for more than a month. What a painful lesson. However, the situation was clearly different now. After obtaining the Water of Sin, he could finally fulfill his long-cherished wish. He displayed the set of martial skills that he had once cultivated. Ling Zhao frowned. Currently, his strongest attack was only the 5th layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. His power could reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor Realm, and this was under the effect of the Tyrant martial spirit. The heaven-covering palm imprint could reach the power of a 9th level Emperor grade martial skill. If the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords combo was successful, it would reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor Realm. Even if it was just a low-grade 10th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to resist it. The Water of Sin was indeed terrifying. The Holy Sun, who was ranked 9th, had the terrifying strength of the top 6. This was truly astonishing. Space-shattering Great Rend? Suddenly, Lu Mingho took out the Black Ice Sword. The Black Ice Sword was suspended in mid-air. It actually vibrated crazily like a chainsaw. The most terrifying thing was that this wasn't the case. When it vibrated, the space was cut, and a strange scene could be seen. It was as if something from another space was released. Ling Zhao was shocked. This terrifying power could even cut through space. It was a real cut, not something that looked like a cut. How could Ling Xiao resist such a terrifying attack? Could it be that he had to rely on rising from the ashes again? But what could he do after rising from the ashes? Wouldn't he still be killed by this space-shattering great rend? A crisis struck. Ling Xiao felt that all the cells in his body were in a state of alert. Potential crazily seeped out. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 30%. The heavenly demon's heart was constantly integrated into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao had a feeling that the heavenly demon's black tortoise physique was about to advance again. However, whether it would advance or not depended on whether he could survive. The cosmic light divine fist was his only reliance. He didn't intend to use the great demon king, and even deliberately ignored it, because only in this way could his potential be completely stimulated. The cosmic light divine fist was a kind of magical martial skill. It was different from ordinary martial skills. Basic abilities would increase with the increase of strength. When Ling Xiao released the Tyrant martial soul, the power of the cosmic light divine fist was already above the space-shattering great rend. But the problem was whether he could successfully use it, even though he had already grasped the mystery. But after all, he hadn't used it after that. There was still a distance between understanding and releasing it. The cosmic light divine fist against the space-shattering great rend. Who would win? Ling Xiao didn't know, and he didn't intend to know. He gently raised his right hand. Terrifying vital essence condensed on his right fist. The law of time echoed in his mind. The things that he had comprehended through life backtrack were being crazily injected into his soul. This punch couldn't move the entire river of time, but it could affect the flow of time within a certain range. It was as if he had dug a ditch and made the water of the river of time flow in the opposite direction. It was also as if he had used a water wheel to extract the water of the river of time. No one could really affect time, but it was definitely possible to affect the law of time in a certain area. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a smile, because he had completely understood. The cosmic light divine fist was just a small game of time. It wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. He had thought too much in the past. Seeing that his attack was about to arrive, Lu Mingho smiled. Finally, he could kill Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be resurrected a second time. That didn't make much sense. Moreover, he believed in the power of his attack. It was a 10th-level Emperor-level martial skill. The scene and power it released were extremely shocking, and the guy opposite him was still standing there foolishly. Even if he had a more powerful attack, it would be too late, right? Suddenly, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. It was filled with relief, satisfaction, and disdain. This person is really stupid. Lu Mingho couldn't understand it all. Under such circumstances, how could Ling Xiao still smile? Could it be that he knew that he was about to die, so he gave up? At this moment, he saw Ling Xiao's fist blasting out. This punch is nothing special. Although I feel that the power is almost close to the sky-shattering great split, it's meaningless. What can a hasty attack do? Lu Mingho was a little disdainful. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. Lu Mingho watched as his body gradually lost its vitality. His inner core was also shattered. He couldn't understand. He was completely dumbfounded. What happened? He had no idea. Chapter 4381. Lu Mingho had no idea what had just happened. Just a moment ago, Ling Xiao was still dozens of meters away, and he had just waved his fist. How did he appear in front of him in the next moment? And he was attacked? Even if it was teleportation, it couldn't be so fast. He should have been able to feel it. Boom. The sky-shattering great split also exploded at this time. However, it exploded hundreds of meters away. Countless beasts and puppets were blown to pieces. You can actually affect time. Lu Mingho suddenly understood. All the possibilities flashed through his mind. And this was what he believed to be the answer. But how could a person affect time? Was this possible? Facing Lu Mingho's question, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. The magic of the cosmic light divine fist was more terrifying than he imagined. After mastering that kind of law, he was a god for 3 seconds. Of course, there was a limit to what he could do in 3 seconds. If the Tai Chi Eye hadn't captured the position of Lu Mingho's inner core in advance, No matter how powerful this attack was, it wouldn't be able to kill the other party. But there was no doubt that the feeling of controlling time was really good. The power of 3 seconds was condensed into the same moment. The power of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist had also increased by 3 times, reaching the power of a beginner 10th Order Emperor martial skill. This was only because Ling Xiao's cultivation was not enough. If his cultivation improved a little more, if his strength became a little stronger, such an attack would be even more terrifying. You can go in peace. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Mingho, who was gradually turning into a pool of dirty water in front of him, and said indifferently. Lu Mingho didn't say anything else. In fact, the moment he learned that Ling Xiao could control the law of time, he was already in complete despair. He tried his best to get the water of sin, even at the expense of turning himself into a terrifying monster. In the end, it was still in vain. He had no faith in living. He died in despair. Ling Xiao picked up the black ice sword from the ground and put it into the Dongshang Emperor ring. At this point, he had already obtained 9 divine heavenly emperor-level swords. Some were snatched. There were also those who directly took the items from the exchange tower after gaining control of it. He was, after all, the great sacred master of the Battle Alliance. He had more than 1,500 holy cities under him. What would happen if he didn't have this privilege? Unfortunately, he was still short of one. The 10 Swords Talisman was still temporarily unusable. The power of the 10 Swords Talisman was extremely terrifying. If it was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact, its power could reach the peak of 9th level Emperor-grade martial skill. If there were 10 divine-grade Heavenly King artifacts, it would be comparable to a 10th Order Emperor-grade martial skill. Furthermore, this was a talisman. It wouldn't affect other attacks. Everything in the surroundings fell into silence. The messy space also gradually recovered. After all, this cultivation area was set up by a set of array systems. The demonic beasts, puppets, and even plants inside would respawn after a certain period of time. However, it would consume spirit stones. Silently looking at his fist, Ling Xiao smiled. The might of the cosmic fist was far more terrifying than he'd imagined. Not only was its power terrifying, but its effects were also heaven-defying. In terms of power, the 12 Divine Beasts art could reach the peak of 10th Order Emperor grade. However, not only did the Cosmic Fist have the same power, but it also had the special effect of time. The Void-Shattering Finger has the special effect of space. It shouldn't be any weaker than the Cosmic Fist. Next, it's time to comprehend the Void-Shattering Finger. After mastering the Cosmic Fist, Ling Xiao planned to familiarize himself with it for a period of time. Next, he would work hard to cultivate the Void-Shattering Finger. With these 2 divine abilities and martial skills, in addition to the 12 Divine Beasts art, he wouldn't lose to anyone in the Divine Core realm in terms of martial skills. Disciple, Master thinks that you should make a trip to the chaotic sand ocean first. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. Why? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Look, all the clues are telling you that the chaotic sand ocean might contain the remnant soul of the undying god and the body of the undying god. If you obtain these 2 things, I'm afraid the increase in your strength will far surpass the increase you'll get if you join the Golden City. Master's suggestion, after the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities, you can go to the chaotic sand ocean. If you're weak, you'll still be bullied after joining the Golden City. However, if you become stronger, your status after joining the Golden City will naturally be different. It won't be so tough. Yuan Venerate explained. Master, you're right. Yuan Venerate's words had struck a chord with Ling Xiao's heart. He joined the Golden City to increase his strength. Going to the chaotic sand ocean was also to increase his strength. In fact, there wasn't much of a difference. It didn't seem wrong to choose the one that could help him increase his strength faster. Increasing his strength was an urgent matter. Even if he didn't take Qi Xiao seriously, Sacred Lord Scarlet's son, the Law Lord, and even those experts in the Eternal Emperor domain. Right now, he could drown to death with just a spit of saliva. Relying on the Great Devil King wasn't a long-term solution. The Great Devil King was only something that could guarantee his life for now. If he wanted to go to the Eternal Emperor domain openly to look for Yu Fanghua and be together with the Moon Maiden, his strength would have to be at least the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Strength. Indeed, he couldn't relax for even a moment. Next, Ling Xiao spent another day cultivating the void-shattering finger. With the cosmic light divine fist as an example, comprehending the void-shattering finger became easier. At the end of the first day, he had already succeeded in cultivating the void-shattering finger. However, the void-shattering finger was different from the cosmic light divine fist. The cosmic light divine fist only had one level. Perhaps there would be some changes as Ling Xiao's cultivation increased. However, there was only one level at the moment. The void-shattering finger actually had 3 levels. First level, transcend the void. Simply put, the void-shattering finger could attack regardless of spatial distance. Unless the enemy predicted it in advance, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. Second level, shatter the void. Simply put, after the void-shattering finger was used, it could completely shatter the void within a 3-meter radius, including the enemy. Third level, create the void. This level was amazing. In addition to the effects of the first 2 levels, it could even create a new void. Many creative attacks against the void-shattering finger were derived. For example, the power of the void-shattering finger could be completely concentrated in a small space. However, the enemy wouldn't know. After a period of time, it would all explode and be released at the same time. How could the enemy block it? Of course, the only thing Ling Xiao could do now was to transcend the void. Even so, it could already become one of his killing moves. Its effect was comparable to the cosmic light divine fist. However, its power was stronger than the cosmic light divine fist. This was probably because the Sun Divine Beast Spirit was a complete beast god martial spirit. After successfully cultivating the cosmic light divine fist, after cultivating the void-shattering finger to the first level, Ling Xiao left the cultivation area. There were only a few days left before the 3,000 Holy Cities ranking battle. Ling Xiao didn't have much to do in the cultivation area. Chapter 4382. Ling Xiao planned to look for the crystal cores of the 12 divine beasts technique. The crystal cores of the beasts had to be at least in the ultimate core realm. Of course, it would be better if it was a crystal core of the shattered core realm. This would also increase the power of the 12 divine beasts technique by a lot. Ling Xiao did not know that Black Fong, who was crippled by him, had been resurrected and was cultivating crazily in the sacred city of Sin. But even if he knew, it should not matter. At this time, outside the cultivation area, Gao Shan was anxiously pacing back and forth. He had been waiting here for 2 days and 2 nights. Lu Mingho had not left the cultivation area since he entered. As one of the 10 holy sons, Gao Shan and Lu Mingho had a very good relationship. Who was the holy son Gao Shan waiting for? The passers-by were a little surprised. It would not be strange if he was just waiting for a while, but he had waited for 2 days and 2 nights. This was not simple. The holy son, Gao Shan, and the holy son, Lu Mingho, have a close relationship. Lu Mingho entered the cultivation area 2 days ago. He is probably waiting for him. Lu Mingho used to disdain cultivating in the cultivation area, but since he lost to the great sacred leader, Ling Xiao, he worked hard. That's not right. That's not right. If Lu Mingho was cultivating inside, Gao Shan wouldn't have to wait. Could it be that he went in to find the great sacred leader? Yes, you can kill in the cultivation area. Oh no, I'm afraid the great sacred leader is in danger. Danger my ass. If the great sacred leader can defeat Lu Mingho once, he can do it again. Hearing these people's discussion, Gao Shan curled his lips. These people did not know that Lu Mingho had even swallowed the water of sin in order to kill Ling Xiao. This time, even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to come out alive. He had been guarding here the entire time, but he did not see any of the great Devil King, Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, or Zhao Fengyun enter the cultivation area. In other words, Ling Xiao had no one to help him. Once he encountered Lu Mingho who had swallowed the water of sin, Lu Mingho would have died. In that case, there was basically no hope of surviving. Gao Shan knew Lu Mingho the best, and he was also very clear about the terror of the water of sin. It was because of this that he came to such a conclusion. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the cultivation area. Gao Shan raised his head and took a look. Suddenly, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? The one who came out was actually Ling Xiao. Could it be that he actually didn't run into Lu Mingho? Gao Shen looked at Ling Xiao and let his imagination run wild. Ling Xiao also saw Gao Shen and suddenly smiled. Are you also here to kill me? Hearing this, Gao Shen was stunned. For Ling Xiao to say this, it was enough to show that he had met Lu Mingho. Where's Lu Mingho? Gao Shen asked. Dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Then, he raised his voice and said to everyone, the ninth of the 10 holy sun, Lu Mingho. He tried to assassinate me in the cultivation area. I killed him instead. Naturally, the reason he brought this up was to raise his prestige. He was very clear that many people were not convinced by him as the great sacred master. They all felt that he had benefited from Crimson Flame and the others. That was why he had to do this. If he wanted the people of the Battle Alliance to be completely convinced, he had to do something that would convince them. Killing the Holy Sun was a start. The great sacred master is indeed powerful. Lu Mingho is courting death. Why did you provoke the great sacred master for no reason? Hearing this, the people outside the cultivation area shook their heads. Everyone knew that the great sacred master Ling Xiao was now the most popular person in the 3,000 sacred cities. You really want to kill him? Gao Shen could not believe it. Why don't you try it yourself? Ling Xiao smiled. Forget it. Gao Shen shook his head with a wry smile and turned to leave. Lu Mingho, who had swallowed the water of sin, was unable to kill Ling Xiao. If he tried to kill him now, he would be courting death. Ling Xiao did not stop Gao Shen. He wouldn't kill a person for no reason. Of course, if Gao Shen wanted to die, then he couldn't be blamed. After leaving the divine martial sacred city, Ling Xiao went to the exchange tower. He wanted to see if there were any beast cores above the peak of the ultimate core state. The exchange tower was the backyard of the Battle Alliance. As long as they continued to pay tribute to the City of Gold, the City of Gold would not care about this. They did not care. Young Master is here. Green Lotus Swordswoman was reading a book. When she heard Ling Xiao's arrival, she hurried out to greet him. Sister Green Lotus, have you found what I'm looking for? Ling Xiao asked. How could I neglect the task that the young master asked me to do? I found 2. They are beast cores at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. One is the black demon snake of death, and the other is the ghost rabbit of hell. Green Lotus Swordswoman handed the 2 beast cores to Ling Xiao. Holding them in his hand, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying power contained within. These 2 beast cores will not only help me cultivate the 12 divine beast technique, but also increase the power of my 2 beast god martial spirits to the core fragmentation realm. The hell rabbit will evolve into the ghost rabbit of hell. The hell 9-headed snake will evolve into the black demon snake of death. Ling Xiao said excitedly as he merged the soul power of the 2 beast cores into his 2 beast god martial spirits. After finishing, although there were still 2 special skills, there was no increase. But obviously, their power had increased a lot. That was enough. Thank you, Sister Green Lotus, Ling Xiao said excitedly. No need to thank me. We're family. By the way, how's your cultivation in the cultivation area? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked with a smile. It's okay. The wonders of the universal divine fist and the void-shattering finger are beyond my imagination. Ling Xiao smiled and was very excited. Since that's the case, I have something to tell you. I didn't plan to let you go. Green Lotus Swordswoman suddenly said. What is it? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Could it be that something special had happened during the few days he had been cultivating? It's like this. Didn't you ruin the reputation of the Commandment Sacred City? So the City of Gold sent a few experts to preside over the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. They will stay in the Commandment Sacred City. When the time comes, all the sacred cities will send people to welcome them and attend the banquet. Our Fighting Soul Sacred City is no exception. Originally, we planned to let Sacred Lord Jiangnan go, but that expert specifically asked you to go. Green Lotus Swordswoman answered. There will be many experts at the banquet, right? Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. Of course. The 10 Holy Sun will probably show up. Some other hidden experts will also show up. Green Lotus Swordswoman nodded and said, Also, as far as I know, this expert is a divine body echelon cultivator. In the City of Gold, he is known as the beast-taming general. He might have the demonic beast cores that you want in his hands. If the conditions allow, you can make a deal with him. In short, in my opinion, you have to go this time. If you go, you'll get a lot of benefits. Of course, it'll be very dangerous. But you've already mastered the universal divine fist and the void-shattering finger. This kind of trouble is nothing. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4383. Looks like I have to go to this banquet. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with excitement. Then I'll ask Qihua and old Zhao to get ready to go with you. Sword Lady Green Lotus said. No, there's no need for that. I'll go this time. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I'll go alone. If there's any trouble, I can get away in time. Besides, Ancestor Qihua and General Zhao are supervising the cultivators of Fighting Soul Sacred City. They don't have time for that. Fine, but I have to remind the young master. This time, the Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. You have to be careful. Now you're a thorn in their side. Because of the arrival of the beast-taming general, they don't dare to go too far. However, if the younger generation were to challenge you in public or provoke you, they would definitely do so. After all, this is the mystic world, a mystic world that respects martial arts. It's also a habit of the mystic world to solve problems with martial arts. Sword Lady Green Lotus reminded. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Actually, I can't wait for them to fight. I've just mastered the Cosmic Light Fist and Void-Shattering Finger. I really want to find someone to spar with. And my demonic black tortoise body is about to break through. It'll be very beneficial for the future ranking battle generals of the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Lady Green Lotus smiled and said, Of course I'm not worried about you. But come to think of it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. If there's any life-threatening trouble, just run. It's not shameful. Running for my life is my specialty. Ling Xiao smiled. He wouldn't do something that would risk his life. If he encountered something he could deal with, he would. But if he encountered something he couldn't beat, he would avoid it. He wasn't a one-track-minded fool. He left as soon as he said he would. Ling Xiao took the invitation and immediately went to Commandment Sacred City through Divine Martial Sacred City's teleportation array. He didn't expect to meet Kill the Wolf, Sacred Lord Bai Lei, and Jiang Nan as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array. Jiang Nan was a sacred lord, so he had to go. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the beast-taming general. The more powerful and influential a person was, the more they cared about their reputation. Although the Battle Alliance was already very powerful in the 3,000 holy cities, the Battle Alliance was still very strong. However, he still couldn't offend the people from the City of Gold. There was no need to offend him. I've been waiting for you. Kill the Wolf laughed. How did you know I was coming? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. With your temperament, how could you not join in the fun for this kind of thing? By the way, let me tell you something. Black Fong seems to have recovered. I just saw him enter the Sacred Commandment City. Kill the Wolf said. Originally, Black Fong planned to reveal himself during the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. However, the arrival of the Beast Tamer General changed his mind. For this kind of thing, he had to show up. They would make things difficult for him. If he could gain the favor of the Beast Tamer General, it would be much easier for him to enter the Golden City in the future. Black Fong? He's just a clown. There's nothing to worry about. But when will the banquet begin? Ling Xiao asked. The banquet will begin tomorrow. Let's go. I'll bring you around the Sacred Commandment City. You were too busy being angry the last time and didn't have time to walk around. The Sacred Commandment City is more prosperous than any other holy city. Especially this time, the experts from the City of Gold are staying here. Many of the merchants who had fled have returned. It's even more lively than before. Since he had nothing to do, Ling Xiao naturally had no objections. After all, the Sacred Commandment City was also a place for him to search for treasures. After cultivating for a few days, it was fine to relax a little. The few of them walked along the busiest street of the Sacred Commandment City. From the moment he entered the city, Ling Xiao felt that he was being watched. However, these people weren't that strong and they didn't seem to have the intention to make a move. He didn't know what they were planning. He continued to walk around and couldn't be bothered. After all, this was the sacred commandment city, and there were experts from the city of gold. It was better not to cause trouble. Far away, in a restaurant, the first law lord looked coldly at Ling Xiao and the others on the street. He said to the person beside him, "We can start the plan. This kid likes to collect swords, precious herbs, and powerful monster cores. Let the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion open the arena. Also, remember, it must be a life and death arena. Those who go on stage have to sign a life and death agreement. Only then can there be a way to kill that kid openly and not be blamed by the beast-taming general." "Lord Lawlord, don't worry. This matter will be done beautifully." The person left. The first law lord sneered and said, "Greed will always make people lose their minds. Ling Xiao, since you dare to come to the sacred commandment city, you won't be able to leave alive." At this time, Ling Xiao on the street didn't know that he had been schemed against. But even if he knew, what could he do? Would he be afraid of such a small scheme? The few of them walked on the street. Suddenly, there was a noise in front of them. "Where is that?" Ling Xiao asked. "1,000 Treasure Pavilion." Kill the Wolf looked and smiled. This 1,000 Treasure Pavilion is a shop in the sacred commandment city that sells rare treasures. It was probably something good again. So they set up the treasure-snatching arena. Treasure-snatching arena? Ling Xiao was a little curious. He had heard of the marriage contest, but this kind of treasure-snatching arena was really rare. That's right. As long as you successfully snatch the treasure, those things can be given away for free. Otherwise, even if you spend countless spirit stones, you can forget about getting it. Kill the Wolf explained, the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion relies on this kind of arena to attract customers. Every time the treasure-snatching arena opens, the business of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion will continue to improve for a period of time. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." "Brother Ling, I have no objections. But if Brother Ling wants to go on stage, you have to be careful. This treasure-snatching arena is usually a life and death battle. Before going on stage, you have to sign a life and death agreement. In this way, the sacred commandment city won't interfere, and neither will the city of gold. Life and death are up to the heavens. No one is allowed to pick a fight." Kill the Wolf reminded, "It's more exciting than the divine martial sacred city's battle zone. Then I have to go and take a look." Ling Xiao smiled. The more exciting the battle was, the more it would help him improve his strength. One had to know that his demonic black martial body was very close to a breakthrough. The reason he came to the sacred commandment city to participate in the banquet was to find an expert to spar with. Otherwise, it would be so boring. First Sacred Master, you're truly a bold person. There are many people who want to take your life right now. Especially in the sacred commandment city, you probably have more enemies than friends. You have to be careful. Saint Master Bai Lei reminded, "That's right, great Saint Master. Watching is one thing, but in the sacred commandment city, it's better not to use force so as to avoid falling into other people's traps. It'll be bad if you fall into a trap." Jiang Nan also said, "Please remember the domain name of this book. Read." Chapter 4384. Ling Xiao smiled. How could he not know that these people were trying to set him up? However, if he saw something he liked and did not dare to make a move, he would be too cowardly. Moreover, he had never been afraid of anything. It would be funny if he was scared out of his wits just because of a little threat. Of course, he would not participate in a battle that did not benefit him. At this time, the area around the treasure-snatching ring was already crowded with people. It seemed that the 1,000 Treasures Pavilion in Commandment City was no less lively than the business district in Divine Martial Sacred City. Ling Xiao and the others were standing far away and could not see the situation clearly, so they squeezed their way in. With their cultivation bases, it was easy for them to squeeze in. Although some people were unhappy, they did not dare to say anything when they saw that it was Ling Xiao. The current Ling Xiao was definitely a celebrity in the 3,000 holy cities. He was the first sacred lord of the Battle Alliance. Even Scarlet Sun's Sacred City and Commandment Sacred City were pressured to the point of suffocation. He had also defeated 2 Holy Sun in a row. Of course, he was famous. Unless they were deliberately looking for trouble, not many people would dare to provoke him casually. The Thousand Treasures Pavilion was a good place to do business. The roads were connected in all directions, and it was located at a crossroads. The arena was in front of the Thousand Treasures Pavilion's door. There was a square in front of the door. The arena was set up in a circular shape, and there was a formation on it. First, it was to protect the arena. Second, it was to protect the spectators. The diameter of the arena was not small. It was at least 100 meters. At this time, 2 people were fighting in the arena. Both of them were strong men, but their cultivation bases were not high. They were only in the earth core realm. Both of them stood there, their eyes filled with nervousness and vigilance. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Some people were urging them to make a move. Some people were cheering. Some were talking excitedly. In fact, this was not what Ling Xiao was concerned about. Ling Xiao was most concerned about the prize in the treasure snatching ring, a 9th-level core fragmentation realm demon crystal core. Moreover, it was a 6-eared diamond ape that could increase the strength of his beast soul and help him cultivate the 12 divine beasts technique. Other than that, there were also 2 precious medicinal herbs that attracted his attention. Apart from that, there was also a divine-grade Heavenly King artifact sword. It was also something that he lacked. Ling Xiao absolutely did not think that this was a coincidence. Someone must have done it on purpose. It seemed that Jiang Nan and the others' worries were not unfounded. Someone had purposely lured him here in order to let him step onto the stage and then kill him. He could kill them openly without any consequences. Interesting. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Interesting? I say, young master. What's so interesting about a battle between Earth Core warriors? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Ling Xiao laughed. I'm just saying that the prizes are interesting. They're obviously trying to lure me onto the stage. 1 type wasn't enough, so he made 3 types, all of which are what I want. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kill the Wolf, Jiang Nan, and Saint Lord Bai Lei immediately realized that this was a trap. Don't be so nervous. Since they've set a trap, what's wrong with me falling into it? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. At that moment, the 2 people on the stage had already started fighting. Although their current cultivation levels were not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes, the battle was still quite exciting. In fact, the weaker a warrior was, the better they were at fighting with skills. After all, if they lacked combat strength, they could make up for it with skills. It was different from a battle between experts where the winner could be decided in 1 move. This kind of battle had always been a back-and-forth battle. It was really exciting to watch. The people around the stage cheered, and the scene was very lively. The battle went on for 40 rounds, and in the end, one of them won with a subtle technique. He knocked the other out of the stage. The crowd below cheered and congratulated the warrior who won. Of course, the loser was basically forgotten. Great! Warrior Lu has won the first round. If he wins 2 more rounds, he will get the 3rd prize, which is 10,000 upper spiritual stones. Do you plan to get off the stage after receiving the prize? Or do you want to continue? The MC walked out and asked loudly. Continue. Warrior Lu was naturally not greedy for the 10,000 upper spiritual stones. As long as he won another round, he would get 10 times the reward. Great. Which warrior below the stage wants to come up for a challenge? The MC looked down and deliberately looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and was about to go up the stage. According to the rules of the battle, he only needed to win 9 rounds in a row to get the 3 prizes that he wanted. The person on the stage was giving him a victory. Oh, may I know your name? The MC knew Ling Xiao's identity, but he pretended not to know. It was quite funny. Ling Xiao said lightly. Great, then this battle will be between Warrior Lu and Warrior Ling, the MC said loudly. Can I choose to leave after receiving the prize? Warrior Lu, who was in the stage, asked with a sad face. Originally, he wanted to win 2 rounds and then leave. However, he did not expect to meet Ling Xiao. The great master was in the limelight now. Whoever wanted to fight with him would be depressed. No, The MC said lightly. All right then. Warrior Lu gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Although the Great Master was rumored to be very powerful, not many people had seen him in person. However, the three elites behind Ling Xiao were more eye-catching. I'm sorry, Great Master. Warrior Lu pounced on Lin Fan, planning to make the first move. However, when he was about to reach Ling Xiao, he suddenly saw a hand appear in front of him. Before he could react, he was grabbed by Ling Xiao and felt powerless. He was thrown out of the stage. Now that he was dealing with an Earth Core Realm warrior, Ling Xiao was naturally very relaxed. Who else wants to come? Ling Xiao looked down and said with a smile. He could feel that many elites had already gathered below the stage. These people were obviously here for him. How could he bear to let them wait in vain? Since they wanted to come, he would fight. I'll do it. A voice rang out, and a man in blue rushed up from below the stage. Oh, isn't that the disciplinary knight, Zhang Han? Yes, that's him. I heard that he's in the early stage of the ultimate core realm and has an ice martial soul. His attacks contain a terrifying chill that can freeze a person's body. This time, Ling Xiao is in trouble. That's right, a disciplined knight is no joke. Hearing the discussion below the stage, Ling Xiao smiled. They're really here. The disciplinary knight is already here, completely excluding the Dharma apostles. It was obvious that the disciplinary sacred city was determined to defeat him or even kill him here. At this moment, in a corner of the stage, a man and a woman were standing there. They were very special because they were both Holy Sun. M. Chapter 4385. Within the crowd, two Holy Sons were standing together. The man was the 8th-ranked Holy Sun, Gao Sheng. The woman was the 7th-ranked Holy Sun, Dongbo Xiuyu. Miss Xiuyu, this man is that Ling Xiao. He is the one who defeated Black Fong and killed Lu Mingho. He has brought shame to the 10 Holy Sun. Gao Shen said in an indifferent tone. Oh. Xiuyu looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but laugh. This man is just a mid-heavenly core warrior. Are you sure he can do this? Miss Xiuyu, you might not know this, but when you were in secluded cultivation, he caused quite a stir. He had caused a lot of trouble, and his name had spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities. Even the Scarlet Sun Holy City and Commandment Holy City were forced into a corner by him. Gao Shen said with a smile. The reason why he said this was because he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and avenge his good friend Lu Mingho. He wasn't confident, and that was why he asked Xiuyu for help. Xiuyu was an arrogant woman. She disliked those warriors who climbed up from the bottom. Therefore, Gao Shen was confident that Xiuyu would help him. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Xiuyu said with a smile. She couldn't believe that a mere mid-heavenly core warrior was able to cause such a disturbance in the 3,000 Saint City. And he even killed Lu Mingho? And it was Lu Mingho who had swallowed the water of evil. On the arena, Ling Xiao and Zhang Han were standing face to face. A distance of 100 meters wasn't really long. For a divine core warrior, this distance could be covered in an instant. You are that daring Ling Xiao? Zhang Han's weapon was a pair of gloves made from a special material. The gloves were blue in color. There were even runes engraved on them. Obviously, it was to make better use of his martial soul, ice. Yes, Ling Xiao said in an indifferent tone. While speaking, he took out the Ice Phoenix sword. Although the Ice Phoenix sword was more than enough to deal with a martial practitioner of this level, there was no need to use the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword or the Eastern Victory Demon Sword. There was naturally a reason why he had chosen the Ice Phoenix sword. It was so that he could use the method his opponent was most proficient in to defeat him. Therefore, the moment he took out the Ice Phoenix sword, he also entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. The surrounding air instantly turned icy cold. You actually dare to compete with me in terms of cold chi. All right, then I'll let you die right now. Both sides had signed a life and death contract before going on stage. Therefore, even if Zhang Han killed Ling Xiao, it would not matter. The Battle Alliance didn't have the qualifications to seek revenge from him. Otherwise, the Golden City would intervene. In the next moment, Zhang Han moved. He stepped on the stage, and a terrifying aura burst out. Then, he rushed forward and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. His fists, which were wrapped in an astonishing cold air, suddenly blasted out. The powerful true essence caused the surrounding space to change dramatically. It was as if the world had returned to the Ice Age. The martial artists around the ring were all frozen until they were trembling all over. Everyone, back off. Stay away from him. The host hurriedly shouted. Compared to the previous battle, this battle was different. If they were too close to the ring, they would definitely suffer. Just as everyone was retreating, the sound of a sword rang out. Everyone only saw an ice phoenix flying out of Ling Xiao's sword. In the next moment, Zhang Han was sent flying. He fell to the ground in a bloody mess. His opponent wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao would not show mercy at all. After all, there was no need to take responsibility for killing someone in this ring. Disciplinary knight? You're just a... Ling Xiao sheathed his sword and transformed back into his original form at the same time. He looked coldly at the disciplinary knight on the ground and smiled. The pitiful disciplinary knight, who was in the early stage of the ultimate stage of Dan, was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move before he could even get close to Ling Xiao. This was beyond the expectations of most people. How could this be? I clearly saw how he was going to attack, but I couldn't block it. Furthermore, how could my ice chi lose to his? Zhang Han's flesh was shattered, but his inner core was still intact, so he was not dead. But he was clearly dispirited at this moment. Below the ring, Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a strong fighting spirit appeared in his pupils. Gao Shen smiled to the side. He knew that Xiaoyu would not miss out on such a powerful opponent. On the ring, the host walked to Ling Xiao's side, then looked below the ring and said, "Who else wants to challenge this hero, Ling? If not, then all the prizes will go to him." "I'll do it." Another person stood up and jumped onto the ring. This person was dressed in black, and his sword intent soared to the heavens. He did not have a sword in his hand, but his sword intent was very powerful. It could be seen that he cultivated some special sword technique. For example, the six-pulse deity sword. Another disciplinary knight, and an early stage of the ultimate stage of Dan. Is he preparing for a tag team battle? The people below the ring were all too familiar with the disciplinary knights. The 72 ascetic knights often showed themselves. This person stood on the ring, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and his sword martial spirit appeared behind him. His hands were filled with a dense sword aura. He was looking for Ling Xiao's flaws. This was because he felt that Zhang Han's failure was purely due to his recklessness. Ling Xiao smiled. "I can't waste time like this. If you want flaws, I'll give them to you." Thinking of this, he chose to take the initiative to attack, revealing 3 flaws in an instant. There's a flaw. The disciplinary knight thought that he had succeeded. He suddenly raised his hands, and 2 sword auras shot out from his wounds. Like a poisonous snake, they stabbed at Ling Xiao from a very strange angle, and they were aimed at Ling Xiao's 3 flaws. If Ling Xiao only had 1 flaw, he would think that it was purposely exposed for him to see. But with 3 flaws, that was definitely not the case. But just as his sword aura shot out, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared from where he stood. By the time he reacted, a sword had already pierced through his throat. Although these people didn't deserve death, they had to be taught a lesson. Using the falling plum clear shadow step, he easily dodged the opponent's attack and then pierced through his throat. With a kick, he flew out of the ring. The disciplinary knight's face was extremely pale. He thought that his opponent was reckless and underestimated him. But after truly fighting with Ling Xiao, he realized that the gap between him and Ling Xiao was too big. That battle just now wasn't a coincidence. Xiaoyu laughed. Her laughter was filled with dense excitement. To her, a powerful opponent was something that could only be encountered by chance. Today, she was really lucky to meet one. The great Sacred Master is indeed powerful. Sacred Master White Thunder couldn't help but praise. An early-stage disciplinary knight of the extreme stage of Dan couldn't even fight back in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 consecutive victories. Early stage extreme stage of Dan, don't fight. An order was secretly sent down. The disciplinary knights who were at the early stage of the ultimate stage of Pellet were unwilling, but none of them stepped forward. "Lady Xiaoyu, I'll throw a brick to attract Jade." Gao Shan knew that if he didn't fight, Xiaoyu wouldn't be willing to fight either. So he decided to fight. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4386. Even though this treasure-seizing arena battle had signed a life and death contract, but it didn't necessarily mean it would be a life and death battle. Gao Shan knew he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, but weakening Ling Xiao and creating an opportunity for Xiaoyu was still possible. Xiaoyu nodded. An early-stage extreme realm of core martial artist obviously couldn't prove anything. But if Gao Shan fought and lost, then it would be interesting. At that time, she would naturally make a move. Gao Shan finally can't hold it in anymore. A middle-aged martial artist in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion smiled faintly. If someone saw him, they would definitely recognize him. He was the pavilion master of this Myriad Treasure Pavilion. His strength was probably stronger than Xiaoyu's. With Gao Shan making a move, Ling Xiao's winning streak should end, someone beside him said. After all, Gao Shan is ranked 8th among the 10 Holy Sun. And he can also fight beyond his level, much stronger than ordinary middle-stage extreme realm of core martial artists. This time, I'm afraid Ling Xiao is in for it. If the pavilion master knew that Ling Xiao killed Lu Mingho by swallowing the water of sin, he probably wouldn't think so. Gao Shan stood on the arena, looking at Ling Xiao. His weapons were 2 sabers. The long saber was unsheathed. The saber martial spirit appeared behind him. Originally, this battle should have been left for the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. But since I see you today, I can't not make a move. You want to avenge Lu Mingho? Ling Xiao said indifferently. You can say so, Gao Shan said, but you're not my opponent. Ling Xiao shook his head. Whether I am or not, we'll have to fight first. Gao Shan said coldly, I don't plan to admit defeat before the battle. How about this? You and I have no enmity. If you win this battle, I'll kill myself. But if you lose, you'll become my subordinate. How about it? Ling Xiao knew that Gao Shan did not have any backing. The reason why he had a good relationship with Lu Mingho was because Lu Mingho had helped him before, although that kind of help was more like exploitation. However, Gao Shan was a righteous person, so he still planned to repay the favor. Ling Xiao felt that it would be a pity to kill such a person. It would be better to take him in as one of his subordinates. Moreover, this kind of person wouldn't go back on his word once he made a promise. There was no need to worry about the consequences. If you can survive, I will join the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Gao Shan's words had a hidden meaning. He knew that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. However, this was only the 4th match. If Ling Xiao was determined to get those prizes, then he would have to give up. In that case, there were 5 more battles to be fought. The Commandment Sacred City would definitely send someone even more powerful. With Ling Xiao's personality, his chances of survival were extremely low. How could Ling Xiao not know what he was thinking? However, Ling Xiao made use of his thoughts to set up the bet. It was to let Gao Shan join the Fighting Soul Sacred City. He had to get a talent. Fight. Gao Shan didn't waste any more words. He used both sabers at the same time. The saber technique he used was called the Snow Mountain Saber Technique. This saber technique was bold and domineering. Moreover, the battle with Zhang Han was already filled with a cold aura. With one slash, the air would instantly condense and ice flowers would fall. The crazy and bloodthirsty saber chi was hidden in the cold air. It was impossible to guard against. It started to snow heavily in the arena. Wherever the snow fell, saber chi would appear. Ling Xiao once again entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. He held the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand and looked indifferent. Clanging sounds could be heard one after another. Facing the saber chi that filled the sky, Ling Xiao felt no pressure at all. When he used the 23 dragon subduing swords, almost all the saber chi was easily blocked. Not only that, even the snowflakes that filled the sky seemed to be controlled by him. They rushed toward Gao Shan with the cold wind. Everyone found that the snowflakes gathered together and turned into a huge ice phoenix. It looked so beautiful, but it was also so dangerous. The strong wind that blew around the ice phoenix was terrifying. Oh no! In the face of the attack, Gao Shan's face was a little ugly. He slashed wildly with the 2 sabers in his hand. At the same time, He kept retreating to weaken Ling Xiao's attack. Mega avalanche. In the process of retreating, Gao Shan roared. The two sabers in his hand turned into an avalanche of fighting intent, rolling up the snowflakes in the sky. It erupted with a destructive power. It wanted to tear the ice phoenix apart. Bang! When the two attacks collided, a terrifying crack actually appeared on the stage. One had to know that the arena was made of special materials. It was damaged to this extent. It was enough to show how powerful the attacks of the two were. A cold smile appeared on Gao Shan's face. Maybe I can win. This was because Ling Xiao was not as powerful as he had imagined. Maybe he had overestimated Ling Xiao before? At this time, he was like a figure in the wind and snow. It was impossible to see him clearly. After a few flashes, he had already arrived at Ling Xiao's side. Your movement technique is not bad, but it's a pity that you chose the wrong opponent. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded, scaring Gao Shan so much that he suddenly brandished his saber to block. At this time, a sword light had already stabbed out from the wind and snow. It was a very simple stab, but it contained extremely high skill. Gao Shan's reaction was fast, but its power was naturally not as good as Ling Xiao's. He was repelled by this blow and almost fell off the arena. Gao Shan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. I actually thought it was possible to win? What a joke. Gao Shan smiled bitterly in his heart. He now understood that Ling Xiao had not used his true ability from the beginning to the end. When fighting with him, he had been hiding his strength. Well, in a few days, it would be the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. Who would reveal their true strength at this point in time? Let's try that move. Gao Shan clenched his teeth. If he still couldn't win with his trump card, then he would. At the very least, he had to make Ling Xiao pay a price. Snow Mountain Saber Realm. A cold voice sounded. Gao Shan's hands madly formed seals. His martial soul actually merged into his body. Then, a circular light shield appeared around his body. Upon closer inspection, these light shields were actually completely composed of saber chi. The saber chi was connected head to tail, airtight. Not only was its defense extremely high, but it also had extremely strong attack power. Let me, Gao Shan, test your strength with this attack. With a roar, Gao Shan no longer used his movement technique. Instead, he attacked Ling Xiao from the front. Anyway, with the Snow Mountain Saber Realm, he was invincible among warriors of the same cultivation level. Today, he used it to deal with Ling Xiao. He did not know how much power it could exert, but he definitely could not admit defeat. I didn't expect that he would master this move in the end. But isn't it a little impulsive to use it now? This should be his opponent in the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. Yeah, I thought he was going to use it in the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. I'm afraid he was forced by Ling Xiao and had no other choice. Ling Xiao's strength is more terrifying than we imagined. Ignoring the discussion of the crowd, Ling Xiao looked at Gao Shan with interest and actually smiled. The stronger the opponent, the happier he was. Chapter 4387. Snowy Mountain Saber World? Interesting stuff. Facing Gao Shan's all-out attack, Ling Xiao only smiled. It wasn't that the opponent's attack wasn't strong. It was just that he was stronger, and he liked to face strong opponents. Let's decide the victor with one attack. Ling Xiao's Ice Phoenix sword was ready to attack. The roaring Nine Heavens Frost Dragon jumped on the sword. Kill. An Ice Dragon and an Ice Phoenix. They complemented each other, and at the same time, they exploded with a terrifying power. They heavily clashed against the Snowy Mountain Saber World. Gotcha! The Snowy Mountain Saber World shattered, and the tyrannical power penetrated through it, heavily bombarding Gao Shan's body. Gao Shan's body flew out and fell out of the arena. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Of course, from Ling Xiao's point of view, Gao Shan was still alive. Because he had already shown mercy. He only used the first layer of the 12 Divine Beasts technique and didn't strengthen his attack. His opponent had already been defeated. If he attacked with all his strength, it wasn't impossible to kill Gao Shan. The cold air dissipated, and Ling Xiao stood proudly on the arena, looking down on the world. Xiao Yu's frown became even tighter. Gao Shan climbed up from the ground. Although he was heavily injured, he was still alive. So scary. I've already used all my strength, but I still don't know what his full strength is. Gao Shan shook his head with a bitter smile. Lu Mingho, I've already done what I should do. If I can't kill him, it's because I'm useless. But we're even now. If it wasn't for Lu Mingho, he wouldn't have fought Ling Xiao with all his strength. After all, it was very likely that he would lose his life in this battle. Lady Xiaoyu, you don't have to do anything. Gao Shan went to Xiaoyu's side, ate some healing medicine, and said, Why? Don't you want him dead? Xiaoyu asked curiously. To be honest, I can't see through him, so I don't want anything to happen to you. For Lu Mingho, it's not worth it. Did you know that in order to kill Ling Xiao, Lu Mingho even swallowed the water of sin? Gao Shan had not told Xiaoyu about this matter previously because he did not want her to be afraid. But now, he felt the need to say it. This battle allowed him to see Ling Xiao and himself clearly. He's actually so strong. Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. Instead, he became excited. Now that you've said it, I feel even more eager to battle. What's the point? The ranking battle is about to begin. It's not worth it to expose your trump card here. Gao Shan said, if you want to fight with him, why not wait another 2 days? Xiaoyu frowned. He lowered his head and did not say anything. It was as if he was pondering over something. On the stage, Ling Xiao had already obtained 4 consecutive victories. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, there were 2 people who looked surprised. One of them was the pavilion master of the myriad treasure pavilion. It seems that I have misjudged you. Since that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to make a move. Otherwise, if we really let this brat take away our treasures, it would not be worth it. Pavilion Master, there's no need for you to go through all this trouble. If he can still win in the next round, then he'll definitely be able to win. If he can win, this junior is willing to help. A young man with dark skin revealed a proud smile. That's true. You should be enough. I saw that the last move he used against Gao Shan should be his strongest move. With your strength, defeating him shouldn't be hard. The pavilion master of the myriad treasure pavilion nodded. The 5th battle soon began. The one who attacked was a disciplined knight with a cultivation of the middle stage core realm. He was completely covered in a red armor. His entire body made others feel hot. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. They were hot and furious. His weapon was very special. It was actually a bow. Ling Xiao had also used a bow before, but it was ultimately just a support weapon. It would not be used as a main offensive weapon. But this person was different. He was a warrior who specialized in archery. His strength should be stronger than yours, right? Xiaoyu looked towards Gao Shan and asked, with the armor and weapons specially made by the disciplined sacred city, he is indeed stronger than me. But he might not be Ling Xiao's opponent. Gao Shan said, even though armor and weapons were just external objects, they could still increase a warrior's combat power. This point could not be false. With good equipment, one would become stronger when compared to martial artists of the same cultivation level. Please advise me. Ling Xiao looked at the disciplined knight in front of him and immediately entered the undying hellbird beast soul transformation state, because he felt a blazing power from his opponent's body. His opponent's martial soul or cultivation method should be related to fire. As expected, a scarlet flame wrapped around the disciplined knight's body. Even the bow in his hand had turned crimson red. There's no need for advice. Against you, 5 moves are enough. This disciplined knight seemed to be very arrogant. From beginning to end, he maintained a sufficient distance from Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he placed both hands on the bow and shot an arrow. Exploding arrow. This kind of technique was actually not new. Many warriors who used bows and arrows could do it. But this disciplined knight's attack was not to be underestimated. Not only was it powerful, but it was also very fast. The arrow was wrapped in a dense fire element, burning the air to the point that it emitted a burnt smell. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Ling Xiao was no longer in his original position. He did not block the disciplined knight's attack, because even if he blocked the exploding arrow, it would be very troublesome. I tricked you. The ascetic knight's lips curled into a sly smile. He shouted, exploding arrow, but in reality, what he shot was a soul-chasing arrow. The sound of the explosion was just a bait to attract Ling Xiao's attention. Ding! At the moment of imminent peril, the soul-chasing arrow was blocked. No one saw how Ling Xiao attacked. It was really too fast. They only saw the moment when the soul-chasing arrow struck. It was as if the sword had been there all along. So fast, the disciplined knight frowned, then shot another arrow. This time, 3 arrows flew out. He smiled coldly. These 3 arrows all had different characteristics, but there was no difference on the surface. What's the point of using so many fancy tricks? I'll break them all in one strike. Ling Xiao coldly laughed, shaking the ice phoenix sword in his hand 3 times. 3 streaks of descending dragon sword chi flew out. All 3 arrows were destroyed at the same time. He didn't know what characteristics the arrows had, but as long as he destroyed them before they reached him, wouldn't it be fine? Then let's see how you'll break this. The disciplined knight's expression became serious. Suddenly, he took out all the arrows in his quiver and shot them all at once. A dense rain of arrows rained down, and they all had different characteristics. Soul-chasing arrow, exploding arrow, freezing arrow, burning arrow, etc. Ling Xiao could block 3 of them, but could he block hundreds of them? Petty tricks. Ling Xiao glanced at them in disdain. Then his body began to burn in bright flames. Undying bird's strange flame. A strange flame enveloped his entire body. No matter what arrows fell, they were all burned to cinders, not leaving a single one behind. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4388. 3 moves. What else do you have left? Ling Xiao looked at the sentinel knight with a mocking expression. Do you think this is an ordinary bow? This is a top-tier divine-grade, heavenly king artifact bestowed upon me by the sentinel holy city to kill you. Red Lotus Hell Bow. The sentinel knight scoffed and silently chanted an incantation. The bow in his hand began to change. Its shape became even more exaggerated, and it kept on burning. Take my 4th attack, Red Lotus Hell. Infusing his true chi, he released it through the Red Lotus Hell Bow. A sea of crimson flames, as if it contained the power of hell itself, rushed towards Ling Xiao. This bow is such a waste in your hands, Ling Xiao chuckled. Don't you know? Compared to my resistance to ice, I'm even less afraid of fire. Whoosh. In a split second, he seemed to have turned into an undying bird bathed in flames. The flames enveloped him, burning him. But it was pointless. Not even the slightest bit of damage was left behind. Ling Xiao walked out from the flames, coldly smirking at the sentinel knight. You're very unfortunate. You've met an ancestor who plays with fire. I'll give you a quick death then. There's no need for you to use your 5th attack. While he was talking, Ling Xiao had already reached the sentinel knight. His flames began to burn. As long as he got close, as long as he touched it, no one would be able to stop his flames from burning. Not even a divine body realm martial artist. The immortal flame inside his body was enough to burn a divine body realm martial artist to death, let alone a divine flame. Although he couldn't use it to attack, he could still use it on his body. The pitiful sentinel knight was burnt to ashes in a split second. Ling Xiao put the Red Lotus Hell Bow away. Perfect. The bow from before was already outdated. This Red Lotus Hell Bow can take over its duties. This bow doesn't need arrows. Once fully released, it can use true chi as arrows, elemental as arrows. 5 consecutive wins. Inside the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, the tanned young man's expression was a bit unsightly. This brat seems to be harder to deal with than I thought. If defeating Gao Shan was a coincidence, then killing the Sentinel Knight at Dan Realm mid-stage is a coincidence. That can't be called a coincidence, the Treasure Pavilion's master scoffed. The Sentinel Knight lost only because his fire resistance was strong enough. As long as you don't use fire, you should be able to win you. It's best if you use long-range attacks. Although he got the bow, he won't be able to use it in a short amount of time, Knight. I'm not to be afraid. This person is indeed a little difficult to deal with, but it is still within the scope of my understanding. The tanned young man's, he didn't seem to be afraid. There's no rush. Let's observe 2 more rounds. The want he. God, hell God, king God, God. As long as he won 2 more matches, he would be able to get what he wanted. From the fearless attacks of the ascetic knights, there was indeed someone who wanted to kill him. However, they did not dare to send out a powerful cultivator all at once because they were worried that he would give up. It wasn't easy to lure him into a trap. If he gave up, it would be meaningless. That was why they had sent martial artists at the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of Dan to wear Ling Xiao down. Ling Xiao had indeed expended a lot of energy. Although he wasn't worried about his true essence, his stamina was limited. Although he had more stamina than most martial artists at Dan realm completion. But the problem was, he had already fought 7 rounds, and his opponents were clearly fighting with their lives on the line. Especially in the last 2 rounds, the crazy Sentinel Knight chose to detonate his Dantian. Ling Xiao's hands and legs were blown up. He had to use his true essence to repair them. First Saint, the opponent's intentions are obvious. There's no need to die for those things. Bai Lei hurriedly advised. Yes, First Saint, don't fall into the enemy's trap. Jiang Nen also shouted. Although Ling Xiao was tired, he was very happy, because his body had finally advanced again. The demonic black tortoise body had completely absorbed the power of the demonic heart. His body had advanced to the peak of 9th level Emperor. This was all thanks to the 2 Sentinel Knights detonating their Dantian. Otherwise, the effect wouldn't be so obvious. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao smiled. Only when he was tired would the pressure be greater. The improvement would also be faster. Now that his cultivation C had advanced to 40%, it wasn't easy at all. He swallowed a pill to replenish some of the stamina he had lost. Although it was stressful, it couldn't be too dangerous. He liked to take risks, but that didn't mean he liked to risk his life. You go. The owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion finally said to the tanned young man sitting next to him. That person walked out of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. He stepped onto the arena. Who is that? He doesn't look like a Sentinel Knight. That's right, he's not a Sentinel Knight. He's the grandson of the 8th Sentinel Knight. His name is Lai Shan. Lai Shan, I heard his cultivation has advanced to the late stage of Dan realm. Yes, it's like that. Finally, a stronger existence has appeared. Ling Xiao is already like that. It's obvious that he's here to pick the fruits of his labor. Yes, although it's a little despicable, I would do the same if it were me. Everyone recognized the dark-skinned youth's identity and felt that Ling Xiao was a little pitiful. He had already fought 7 battles and was exhausted. Now, he was facing the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Could he still fight? This is indeed a trap. Jiang Nen gritted his teeth and was very angry. Don't be angry. Look at your first sacred lord. She doesn't seem to be afraid at all. You're worrying too much. Kill the Wolf was relatively safe. He hadn't known Ling Xiao as long as Jiang Nan, but he had better judgment. The first time he met Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao was a good friend. It was the same in this battle. Ling Xiao still wouldn't lose to him. Jiang Nan and Sacred Lord Bai Lei glanced at Kill the Wolf. Since Kill the Wolf had said so, they could only watch. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out of the arena. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Even the earth began to shake. Even the air was trembling. Several martial artists who were closer to the ring were directly shaken unconscious. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. I like it. So, I'm going to defeat you in this battle. Lai Shan laughed wildly and suddenly punched out with both palms. Lai Shan wasn't good at weapons, but his palms. Moreover, his palms were no weaker than weapons. That palm wind whistled out, causing Ling Xiao's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pieces of debris flew all over the arena. Lai Shan is really scary, as expected of a martial artist in the late stage of the ultimate Dan realm. Yes, his aura is different from the previous ones. Not only the audience thought so. Ling Xiao thought so too. Lai Shan's strength finally gave him a lot of pressure. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read. Chapter 4389. Take my palm first. With a loud shout, Lai Shan jumped up like a terrifying gorilla. Then, his palms blasted out waves of sound waves toward Ling Xiao. At that moment, the air exploded. Cracks suddenly appeared in the void. This punch had the feeling of a meteorite crashing into a dam. It caused the dam to crack and the flood to burst. The scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao was like a small blade of grass in the middle of a flood, swaying back and forth, unable to stand still. Of course, this was just the visual perception of the audience. In fact, in Ling Xiao's eyes, this was just a gorilla pouncing toward him. He smiled faintly and punched out as well. The explosive fist intent directly destroyed Lai Shan's palm wind. The palm wind was completely shattered. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. This was the most powerful transformation under normal circumstances. Ling Xiao naturally had to use it to deal with a strong opponent. Good kid, you do have some skills. However, this palm strike is just the appetizer. It's nothing. If you can't even take this palm strike, then don't even think about fighting me, because you're not qualified. Lai Shan stood there and looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. He was not at all surprised that Ling Xiao was able to withstand this attack. Again. This time, Lai Shan did not use a palm strike. Instead, he used a fist. Not only that, but what appeared behind him was a giant golden hand. This was his martial soul, the golden palm. This strange martial soul also allowed Lai Shan to become an expert in barehanded combat. Whether it was the fist force or the palm wind, it would be even more powerful after fusing with the martial soul. As he roared, the fist wind was released. A huge fist blasted towards Ling Xiao from a distance. The space around the fist began to collapse. This time, it was not just the senses. It was a true collapse. His fist seemed to be able to crack the ground and space. It had a special effect. Do you think the sword in my hand is just for show? Ling Xiao had unknowingly swapped the Ice Phoenix sword for the Eastern Victory Fiend God sword. He held the sword with both hands. He thrust out his sword. The sword chi tore through the void, creating a crack in the void. It was as if the sword had split a waterfall. Deep ravines had also appeared on the arena. It was a ghastly sight. This sword chi directly tore apart Lai Shan's fist force. Lai Shan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he was an expert after all. As he retreated, he quickly circulated his quintessential essence. His hands suddenly formed a seal. Then, a ferocious giant ape appeared in front of him. This giant ape was clearly formed from true essence and fist intent. It roared and rushed toward Ling Xiao's sword chi. Giant ape seal. When Ling Xiao saw this, he knew that the sword chi was unable to continue. Thus, he held the sword with one hand. His other hand suddenly struck out with a palm. Rumble. The heaven-covering palm imprint erupted. It collided with the ferocious giant ape seal. Energy leaked out crazily. It was as if a giant had stepped into a lake, and the waves on the surface of the water exploded wildly. They spread out in all directions. Roar. A moment later, the giant ape seal was actually smashed into pieces by the sky-covering hand. The air also became distorted. Imph. I didn't expect you to also know palm techniques. So what? Break. Lai Shan thought that he had overestimated Ling Xiao. In fact, he had underestimated Ling Xiao. Seeing that the sky-covering hand had smashed the giant ape seal and was about to attack him. In anger, he circulated his quintessential essence again. He used 100% of his strength to reform the giant ape seal. Not only did the giant ape completely recover, but it also became bigger and more ferocious than before. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to circulate quintessential essence? Ling Xiao sneered. The sky-covering hand, which had already dimmed a little, became clearer. It once again hit the giant ape seal. Rumble. A terrible roar sounded again. Ling Xiao's sky-covering hand was shattered. The giant ape seal was shattered at the same time. However, the two of them were already clear. Ling Xiao activated the sky-covering hand, but he didn't use 100% of his strength. Lai Shan, on the other hand, used it. Waving his numb and painful arm, Lai Shan looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of fear in his eyes. I really underestimated you. I thought you were only stronger than a warrior in the middle stage of the alchemy realm. From the looks of it, your combat strength is truly shocking. Even if they were opponents, Lai Shan had to admit that Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined. Both of them were recovering for the time being. They didn't attack immediately. Ling Xiao was obviously more relaxed. He said with a smile, I heard that you're the grandson of some law master, a warrior in the late stage of the alchemy realm? Then you really disappoint me. If that's all you've got, you're not qualified to fight with me. Hearing this, Lai Shan's face turned even uglier. He had said that Ling Xiao was just qualified to fight with him, but now Ling Xiao was mocking him. This retribution came really quickly. Bastard! I admit that I underestimated you, but do you think you can look down on me with this? You're too arrogant. He had almost recovered. Lai Shan's angry voice sounded again, and his expression became ferocious. Originally, I just wanted to defeat you. I didn't want to go too far. But you didn't know what's good for you, and you just had to provoke me. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Unparalleled demonic madness. As Lai Shan roared, a pitch-black aura was released from his body, and this aura was getting stronger and stronger. The powerful aura circled around his body. It was as if a giant python was dancing in the air. The power intertwined, and Lai Shan's strength was increasing crazily. Even though he had just been defeated by Ling Xiao, Lai Shan never thought that he would lose to Ling Xiao. It was because he still had this trump card. Once the unparalleled demonic madness was activated, his combat strength would increase by at least 3 or 4 times. He had originally planned to use this thing in the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. But now, he had to use it. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to lose to Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao would be defeated in an instant once he used this set of skills. Poor ant, I'm afraid you'll never know how vast the ocean is. You're very strong, but you're still far from being able to defeat me. If I'm not wrong, you've just broken through to the late stage of the alchemy realm. Instead of cultivating, you came out to show off. Are you trying to teach me a lesson, or make a fool of yourself? Ling Xiao chuckled. In his opinion, this guy's performance was not as good as Gao Shan's. Gao Shan at least knew how strong and weak he was. This guy was a frog at the bottom of the well. Frog at the bottom of the well? You dare to say that I'm a frog at the bottom of the well? Then I'll show you who's the frog at the bottom of the well. The black aura was still rising, but Ling Xiao was as calm as usual. Even if the power rose to the extreme, it would only increase his combat strength by 4 times. It still couldn't surpass the late stage of the alchemy realm. Compared to the improvement brought by the water of sin, it was too far away. 3 moves. Ling Xiao suddenly said. What 3 moves? Lai Shan was stunned and didn't understand. Chapter 4390. You don't understand? I'll make you roll off the stage in 3 moves. Ling Xiao chuckled. Hearing this, Lai Shan's face suddenly became gloomy. He stared at Ling Xiao, and an even more terrifying, ferocious expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, he laughed wildly. 3 moves? Good. Can you withstand 3 moves from me? Arrogant fool. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena suddenly began to shake. The ground also cracked. Cracks began to appear on the perfectly fine marble floor. The craftsmen of the mystic world really worked hard. At this moment, a black gas merged into Lai Shan's hand. Then, it formed a terrifying and gloomy power in Lai Shan's hand. Go to hell. 18 Mad Demon Fists. Under the unparalleled Mad Demon technique, Lai Shan used the 18 Mad Demon Fists. The power of each punch was vigorous and terrifying. In just a moment, Lai Shan threw out 18 punches, and each punch was shocking. The power exploded. Each punch was able to form a terrifying true essence storm in the void. The 18 storms condensed together like a raging flood. The destructive power also increased several times in an instant. The entire stage was enveloped in it. As the opponent, Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge. The only thing he could do was to fight. 18 Mad Demon Fists. This fist technique can only be used under the unparalleled Mad Demon technique. Its power is very domineering, and I'm afraid it has reached the peak of the 9th level Emperor realm. This Ling Xiao is going to lose. The owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion couldn't help but sigh in relief. As long as Lai Shan won, he could give the item to Lai Shan as a favor. To make friends with the Law Lord. Show you. What do you think? On the other side, Gao Shan asked. I don't know. Hee hee, but I think Ling Xiao shouldn't lose. Although this Lai Shan's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the extreme core realm, to be honest, his combat power is not as good as yours. If Ling Xiao can defeat you, won't defeating him be as easy as turning over his hand? Xiao Yu laughed. Even so, Ling Xiao's advantage is speed. Lai Shan's attack enveloped the entire stage, making it impossible for him to dodge. It wasn't easy for him to not be able to use his advantage. After all, the difference in cultivation is obvious. If we fight head-on, we won't be able to gain any advantage. Gao Shen frowned. What? You actually care about him? Dong Bo Xiao Yu smiled. I never hated him, but for Lu Mingho's sake, I had to take revenge. Now, everything was in the past. As long as he doesn't die, I'm a member of Fighting Soul's Sacred City. It doesn't seem wrong to care about him, right? Gao Shen said indifferently. This person had indeed walked out of the shadows of the past. Most of the audience felt some sympathy for Ling Xiao. She had already won 7 matches in a row. If she lost the cleavage match, she wouldn't get anything. Who would have thought that the dignified Lai Shan would choose to appear at this time? They even suspected that Lai Shan had done it on purpose. When Ling Xiao was in a good mood, he suddenly made such a move and ended Ling Xiao's victory. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. The air seemed to have frozen. Time seemed to have stopped. 18 true essence storms rushed over, enveloping Ling Xiao. He could feel that the terrifying fist intent was exerting great pressure on him. The power is indeed great, but compared to Lu Mingho, who swallowed the water of sin and displayed an elementary 10th order Emperor realm martial skill, it's still too far away. The difference is still too great. Ling Xiao had seen more powerful attacks, so how could he be afraid of Lai Shan's attack? Lai Shan's goal was very simple. He wanted to fight head-on with him. It was clear that he had absolute confidence in his strength. Since that was the case, he would let Lai Shan experience true destructive power. Blood-red sky drilling rat, 9 heavens frosty dragon, flying flame lion, radiant holy light tiger, one-eyed thunderstorm bull, 12 divine beasts techniques 5th layer, erupting. The East Victory Fiend God's sword in his hand suddenly condensed a terrifying power. Pure true essence bloomed. 5 divine beast souls roared as they tore through the air. Below the ring, many people revealed looks of surprise. They heard the demonic beast's roars, but they couldn't find where they were. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed. The entire stage became quiet. The huge true essence storm was blown away in an instant. Ling Xiao still stood there calmly, as cold as ice. No, how could this be? He actually broke the 18 crazed demon fists. The cup in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. He had once again made a mistake in his judgment. Ever since Ling Xiao stepped on the stage, his judgment had been wrong. It wasn't because his judgment had deteriorated. It was because he looked down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, based on this, his judgment couldn't be accurate. Gao Shen looked at this scene with some surprise. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would use such a method to break Lai Shan's 18 crazed demon fists. This guy's sword technique was really frightening. If he had used this move against me, I would have already lost. Gao Shen smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu didn't say anything, but she had already given up on the idea of fighting Ling Xiao. At the very least, she wouldn't do anything here. Everything would be left for the ranking battle of the 3,000 holy cities. How could this be? How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. How could you break my 18 crazed demon fists? Lai Shan couldn't accept this result. He had used the unparalleled crazed demon technique and the 18 crazed demon fists. But in the end, he was defeated like this. He really didn't want to accept this. The most important thing was that he didn't know how his opponent did it. Damn, take my 18 crazed demon fists again. I don't believe I can't destroy you. The crazy Lai Shan was furious. 18 terrifying fists condensed once again. The true essence storm formed once again. The surrounding elements and spiritual energy were instantly sucked dry. Do you think the same move will work on me? How boring. It seems you don't have any other methods. Take my palm. Heaven covering great palm. He didn't wait for his opponent to attack. Ling Xiao directly released the heaven covering great palm. The The terrifying giant palm fell from the sky. A loud bang. Lai Shan was directly slapped to the ground, and the originally condensed energy dissipated. Explosion. Poor Lai Shan, who was hit by his own attack, couldn't breathe. Stop now. A voice sounded out. It was the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's chief. He was worried that Lai Shan would be killed by the angry Ling Xiao. He hastily jumped out. Mr. Ling has won this match, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's chief announced. Ling Xiao stared at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion's chief with an indifferent expression, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't attack again. If this Lai Shan didn't know what was good for him, he would definitely provoke him again during the ranking competition. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. Besides, no one would stop him at that time. This is terrifying. This Ling Xiao really deserves his reputation. I can feel my entire heart trembling under that palm strike. This is a true genius. I almost forgot that he is just a mid-heavenly core warrior. That's right. I think this man is going to become famous during the ranking competition. Who will be able to stop him? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.